Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 60th running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships right here at the Big Half Mile Oval in Beausejour, Manitoba. We're going to start off the day with race number 1, Junior 2 Stock Fan 380. This is round 1 for 3 laps, and here is your lineup. The number 60 is Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba, riding a 1999 Polaris. The 59 is Hunter Johnson from Drayton. This is a 2001 Polaris Johnson Racing chassis. And rounding out the field on the number 23 will be Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba, on a 1989 Polaris. And we are racing, and the 59 is off and running early here in Beausejour. The number 59, Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, North Dakota, on the 2001 Polaris, looking good as they battle through turn number 1 and 2 and down the long back straightaway. We want to thank all of our great volunteers here in Beausejour. Lots of snow in the area, of course, this winter, and lots of shoveling and snow removal, and lots of track preparation here for the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. 23 with the lead now. That is Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, leading the 59 of Hunter Johnson. Braxton Cassidy is on the 60 out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba, on the 1999 Polaris. This race number 1 on your schedule, scheduled for 3 laps. Flag is out. Want to welcome everybody tuned in to Cool Down TV on the web, as we are on race number 1, the Junior 2 Stock Fan class. Some great video footage. It's nice to have the monitors up here in the tower so we can look at replays when we need to. So welcome everybody throughout the world watching on the World Wide Web. Riley is our flagman and waves the checkered, the first one of the day, going to the number 23 of Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba. Second spot to the 59, Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, aboard a 2001 Polaris Johnson Racing chassis. And in the third and final spot is the number 60 of Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. All right, today, of course, is the USSA ProStar Cup final. And that will come up in about race number 41 today, but this is the conclusion of the 21-22 championship. And this is, of course, in the Pro Champ 440 class, and here they come. All right, race 2 on the schedule, Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup, round 1, heat 1. We'll tell you a little bit about how the points work momentarily. But scheduled to start in this one, the 91 is Sam Glure, a rookie out of Beausejour, 2012 Wall chassis, racing on a Pro Light sled for the Pro Champ 440 class. Riding the number 8, this is the MPH Racing Skidoo BRP Dayco 2020 Skidoo. Local boy out of the Lockport area, the number 8 is Travis McDonald. And the 102, a multi-time champion out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, Blaine Stevenson, sponsored by FXR and Wall Brothers Racing. And the number 75 is out of Dayton, Minnesota, on a 2022 Wall Brothers chassis. The 75 is Calvin Cook. And riding the Red Bull number 220, G-Money, Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. Battling for the title in the USSA ProStar Cup. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, sponsored by Red Bull. On a 2022 Skidoo, also sponsored by Woody's. He is the 2021 Canadian Power Toboggan Champion, and he will vie for that title tomorrow here on the Big Half Mile Oval. Today is the finale in the USSA ProStar Cup. Now these riders will race 3 heat races for points today. 10 points for a win, 9 points for second, 8 points for third, and 1 down the way. The final race will be 100 points to win, 90 for second, 80 for third, and down 10 throughout the lineup. So we got to settle it here today, the USSA ProStar Cup. This is round 1, heat 1, and we got a jumper. Looks like the number 75 of Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota might be the offender there. We'll find out when they line back up. If that number 75 starts in the second row on this restart, we will know that that has been determined. I'm just guessing that is not official. Tension in the pit area, race number 3 on the schedule, your Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup. That'll be round 1, heat 2. Don't forget, each rider in this class will race 3 heats. So if you can do perfect in your heats, you'll get 30 points, and if you can win the feature, that'll be another 100. For a 190-point day, that's what these riders will shoot for. The riders on the outside, the 220 and the 102, battling for the USSA Pro Star Cup Championship here today in Beausejour. Riley, our flagman, looking them over as we get set to go racing. Here they go into turn number 1. It looks like Travis McDonald on the 2020 Skidoo with the whole shot down the back straightaway. Side by side they go. Some great action early here in heat number 1 of the Pro Champ 440 class. These guys really fly. Blaine Stevenson, the FXR Wall Brothers 102. Looking for the lead as always. That guy is a real opportunist on the racetrack, and any opportunity he gets, he will take. Nice job so far by the XPS number 8 out of the Lockport area. The only Canadian factory-sponsored rider by Skidoo is Travis McDonald on the MPH Racing number 8. That sled is moving. Gunnar Stern on the Red Bull Skidoo currently in the 3rd spot. Great racing for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Blaine Stevenson moves to the outside. McDonald's sled, though, with some good straightaway speed down the back chute. Gunnar Stern taking a run at the 102, and he's off the sled. A crash in turn number 3 and 4. Stern right back up on his feet. And the sled staying on its track and skis. So hopefully he will be able to continue, will Gunnar Stern. That is some high-speed action over there in turn 3 and 4. But it looks like Gunnar Stern immediately popped up onto his feet. A real tough competitor with multi-time championships. Of course, he is the 2021 CPTC champ. As we look over the replay on Cool Down TV, we could see that getting a little tighter. Stevenson getting through the corner. And Stern going right through the bales, but popping up. Fortunately, always good to see. That is one tough competitor. One of the best ever in ice oval snowmobile racing, crashing in turn number 3 and 4. No doubt he will be back this weekend. Today, the finale of the USSA Pro Star Cup. Tomorrow, the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Great crowd here today. We want to welcome everybody on Cool Down TV on the World Wide Web, as well as everybody here in the grandstands. Want to thank you at Trackside Parking and all our volunteers for coming out this weekend. Looking over our lineup sheets, there's lots of racers in each and every heat and feature, so that is good news. Ice oval racing is strong here in 2022. And we will go for a slight break here as we get it cleaned up in turn 4. There's over 4,000 bales located throughout this half-mile oval, so you can imagine how much work that takes. Concession area is definitely open. Grab yourself a hot coffee, hot chocolate, delicious French fries, cheeseburgers, hot dogs. We got it all over at the concession area. We are going to have a wonderful weekend. Whiskey Throttle Motorsports, if you look in the infield there, you will see a freestyle ramp. Later on, you will see the inflatable landing ramp. We're going to see some freestyle snowcross here today. That is exciting stuff. I had the opportunity many years ago to follow that circuit and fortunate enough to announce a lot of it, and it was super, super fun. That was the Fire and Ice Tour that went throughout Canada and the U.S. many, many years ago. Appeared at the MTS Center, in fact. Trying to think of the dates, but it's many years ago. Hey, bud. All right, Gunnar Stern with a broken ski loop over in turn 3 and 4. That sled has returned to the pit area, so he will be unable to continue in race number 2 on your schedule, heat 1 of the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup race. A tough break for Gunnar Stern, but you know that West Chicago, Illinois rider will be back this weekend looking to win tomorrow's Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Travis McDonald on the XPS Skidoo out of Lockport, Manitoba, getting set to go. A former go-kart racer and has been at Ice Oval Racing for many, many years and does a great job, but he's got a tough assignment. The Wall Brothers 102 of Blaine Stevenson is right there in the second spot, and he will not give up. Here they go down the front chute. Blaine Stevenson on the inside taking the lead. The Wall Brothers FXR number 220, rather not number 220, that's Gunnar Stern. The 102 of Blaine Stevenson coming out of 4. Travis McDonald continues to put up a fight, but the 102 of Blaine Stevenson in a great big hurry. White flag coming out from our flagman Riley on the front chute. That signifies just one more lap to go. What a battle up front here in heat number 1. Don't forget, each rider will race 3 heats here today. And then we'll end with the USSA Pro Star Cup Final. The 102 of Blaine Stevenson will take the win. The 8 McDonald. The 91 Sam Glure out of Beausejour, a rookie in this division on his Pro Light sled. That is a 2012 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. Sam Glure has done a great job here on the big half mile throughout the years and taking a shot here at the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup races. Don't forget, the beer garden is open right now, serving your favorite ice-cold beverages. Get on over there and check out the full line of CPTC promo wear. We've got some cool stuff available for the snowmobile enthusiast in your family. All right, race number 3 on your schedule, the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup. Now this is round 1 still, heat number 2 for 7 laps. The 87, a rookie in this division, Madison Phillips, out of Drayton, North Dakota, riding a 2020 Wall Johnson Racing chassis. And riding the number 29 is Brad Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba. This is a 2014 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. Aboard the number 370, sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. This rider is out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba. Also a rookie in this division this year, Matt Zalai on the 370, riding the Demon Racing chassis. And from Sorel Tracy, Quebec on a 2013 Skidoo, this is the 3 of Danik Lambert. And the 26, Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour on a 2022 Skidoo. Good to see Danik Lambert here out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Sponsored by Daco and Skelton Truck Lines. That's a Polite chassis. Looks like Danik Lambert out of Quebec with the whole shot, taking that number 3 down the back straightaway. The Sorel Tracy, Quebec native, looking strong so far. Racing for second and third spot and fourth and fifth down the back chute. These riders are getting at it early here in race 3 on your schedule, the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup. Next up, we'll move to 2 wheels, the Ice Bike Open. $97 miles per hour on the previous circuit for your race leader, the Quebec rider. That, of course, Danik Lambert. That's the lie, the Big Smoke Barbecue number 370. In the second spot, Matt Zalai out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba. Part of the Demon Racing team. Looking nice in second right now. The 87 of Madison Phillips having a nice ride out of Drayton, North Dakota on the 2020 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. Good battle for fourth and fifth now, heading into turn number 3. This race scheduled for 7 laps. Brad Harrison out of Anola, Manitoba is on the number 29. That is a 2014 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. All riders remaining on the lead lap as your leaders take the white flag. 1 to go here. And Matt Zalai on the Big Smoke Barbecue 370 is going to make this one very interesting. Danik Lambert on the number 3 is your race leader, but Zalai is right there. What a race, your winner, the number 3, followed by the 370 of Zalai. Phillips and the 29 of Brad Harrison will round out the top 3 and 4. The 26, Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour on the 2020 Skidoo will finish unofficially 5th in race 3, your Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup Round 1 Heat 2 race. Next up, ice bikes, then Sportsman 600s, then race number 6, your IFS 440X Jerry Bunky Cup, round 1 for 5 laps. Well, from skis and tracks to 2 wheels, the motocross bikes are on the track. All right, race 4, the Ice Bike Open. This is round 1 for 5 laps and a big field scheduled here. Wow. The 999 is going to be Alex Torma from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Riding the 58 is Jimmy Fleming from Winnipeg. Bruce Dean is on the 108 out of Winnipeg. Caden Katowicz is on the 219. Caden is out of Petersfield, Manitoba. Out of Kakabeka Falls, Ontario, the 18 is Hunter Brink. The 71 is Amy Hood out of Beausejour. The 489 is Avery Carr out of Lac de Bonnie. The 117 is Colton Korolavich from Beausejour. Ryan Rondeau is on the number 14. The 22 is Zach Jasek out of Beausejour. And the 19 is Cal Dietz from Dundurn, Saskatchewan. Tension in the pit area. Race 5 coming up, the Sportsman 600s. Then the IFS 440X class. Then the ATVs will move to 4 wheels. Ryan Rondeau, your race leader on the number 14. That is a 2022 Kawasaki. Great racing for second and third spot now as they head on down the back chute. A lot of Kawasaki's. Most of these are 450cc 4-strokes. These bikes, believe it or not, are in the neighborhood of about 80 miles an hour or so on the big half mile here. And that is pretty fast on 2 wheels on ice. Race leaders heading into turn number 3 and 4 now here in the Ice Bike Open. Lots of modifications on these bikes, of course. Studded tires, special fenders. Colton Korolavich on the 117 having a nice ride. He is out of Beausejour, riding an older 2009 Yamaha. Lap traffic in turn number 3 and 4. White flag coming out. The number 14, Ryan Rondeau, is flying. Korolavich in the second spot on the 117, going inside of turn number 1 and 2. But right now it is all Ryan Rondeau on the number 14. That's it. The number 14 is your winner, Korolavich. Whoa, what a race to the end there. Avery Carr, the 489, coming up there at the end. We will try to get an official finish for you, but that was close for third and fourth. Caden Katowicz coming across the line on the 219. That's 71 is Amy Hood. That'll do it for race 4 on the schedule. Ice Bike Open round 1 for 5 laps is done. Next up, race number 5, Sportsman 600s, round 1 for 5 laps. Race number 6 will be your Jerry Bunke Cup for your IFS 440X class. Then race 7, ATV Open. Race 8, Pro Formula 500. Race 9, another round of Pro Formula 500s. And race 10, before a grooming break, brought to you by Cubex, will be the Supermod 300 final for 4 laps, not 5 as indicated on your schedule. We are going to insert a race 2 after the ATV Open. I will tell you a little bit about that. We're going to move race 38 on your schedule, and we're going to call it race 7B. So race 38 will go after the ATV Open, and that race 38 will be the RM300SS fan-cooled free air combo race. So that will be race 7B, moving from race 38 to race 7B. All right, here we go. Sportsman 600s, round 1, 5 laps, always a very competitive class. The number 13 is John Hall out of Beausejour. The 55 is Carter Herman from Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. Riding the 3 is Scott Wagner out of Prada. The 81X is Mitch Kreitzer out of Govan, Saskatchewan. The 15 is Kyle Omachinsky, and Kyle is out of Beausejour. The 779 is Colton Kreitzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. 23, Will Manchelenko from St. Malo. The 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour, riding a 2000 Polaris. Some skis lifting in turns number 1 and 2 as they head on down the back straightaway. This is the Sportsman 600 race number 5 on your schedule. And it is a close one early, scheduled for 5 laps. Great racing for first and second and third and fourth here. The riders heading into turn 3 now at high speed. We will try to get you updated times throughout the day and speeds. Number 15, Kyle Omachinski running second. That is a local Beausejour rider. Kyle Omachinski on the 15 riding a 2000 Polaris and trying to vie for the lead here. What a race down the front chute. Third spot is the number 16. That is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Got a rider pulling off. I believe that is Omachinski. He was your second place rider, Kyle Omachinski, on the number 15. Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan, aboard the number 55. Will collect the checkered flag. 16, DJ Saluk, second out of Beausejour. Third is the number 13. That is John Hall, a Beausejour rider on a 96 Skidoo. That will do it for race 5 on the schedule, the Sportsman 600. Next, moving to the Jerry Bunke Cup, round 1 for 5 laps. IFS 440X class will be the participants in that one. Well, we'd just like to quickly honor a great volunteer here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. In memory of Brian Bager, of course. Brian served as president of CPTC on 3 different occasions in 94, 95, 98, 99, and again in 2012 and 2014 for a total of 7 years at the helm of the organization. A great guy, one of the first guys that I met here at CPTC when I started announcing years ago, and so just a shout out and in memory of Brian Bager. Brian will always be remembered for his willingness to give advice and lend a hand with any project at the track. He will be sorely missed. All right, race 6, IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Cup. Round 1 for 5 laps. The number 370 of Matt Zalai out of Cooks Creek will be in this one. He is sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. The 21 is Tyler Obie, a great runner in this class. The 5 is Russ Liba out of Warburg, Alberta. And the 80 is Joe Presta out of Beausejour. Getting set to go. Good racing into turn number 1 and 2 in the IFS 440X class. These things can fly. This is part of the Jerry Bunke Cup. Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 1970s. He tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. So this race has been created in his honor, the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. Tension in the pit area. Race 7 ATVs will be next. That's the lie out of Cooks Creek on the 1978 motoski getting this one figured out. Matt Zalai is flying on the Big Smoke Barbecue number 370. Green flag being displayed. Joe Presta is the reigning champion in this class from the last finale we ran. He is on a good-looking 1979 Skidoo in this race. White flag coming out now. So it's Matt Salai, the 80 and the 21 of Tyler Obi in the top three. Russell Liba, a former winner of this race, out of Warburg, Alberta, is fourth. Checkered flag, that'll do it. Matt Salai, Presta, Obi, and the 5 of Russ Liba in that order. Race 6 is in the books. The IFS 440X Jerry Bunky Cup race is done. Race 7 next. Your ATV Open round 1 for 5 laps. Then race 8 will be the Pro Formula 500s. Race 9 also Pro Formula 500s. Then we'll go with race 10. But don't forget, we're going to add a race after this ATV Open. We're going to move to race 38. So we'll scratch race 38 in the 38th spot, but move it after race 7. All right, lots of ATVs here. Riding the number 4 is going to be Ethan Clark out of Beausejour, Manitoba. The 811 is Ryan Adrian from Lac de Bonnie. Riding the number 20 is Peter Friesen from Steinbach. The 25 is Corey Johnson. Corey is out of Oakbank, riding a 2007 Yamaha. The 14 is Tyler Fiebelkorn from Beausejour. The 7, Ryan Gibson, also from Beausejour. The 696 is Jake Capati out of Steinbach, Manitoba. And the 7 is Rob Clark from Beausejour on a 2008 KTM. That is your lineup for race 7 on your schedule. ATV Open. Many of these are 450cc engines. And I would think a little better traction than the ice bikes with the dual rear wheels. 4 wheels has got to be better than 2, especially when all 4 are planted. Whoa, that's planning it. Now we got the clutch figured out. There we go. This is race 7 on your schedule, the ATV Open class, scheduled for 5 laps. Tension in the pit area. We're going to move to race 38, and that will be the Relic Mod 300 fan-cooled free air combo final. So race 38 will actually go after this race. So if you're in the pit area, you need to be in staging immediately for that one. Number 14 in the lead is Tyler Fiebelkorn out of Beausejour. That is a 2008 KTM showing the way. An Austrian maker of motorcycles and ATVs. They got a beautiful new super bike out now. I think it's about 50 grand. It's called the R8, and it is an absolute beautiful piece. I'm going to try to get a loan from my son to buy one of those. Whiskey Throttle Motorsports will join us at intermission. You can see the freestyle ramp in the infield section of the racetrack. Some pretty cool freestyle snowcross set to come your way as well. Lots to see and do this weekend here at the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. White flag being displayed here in the ATV Open race. Last time around, it was Tyler Fiebelkorn out of Beausejour in the lead. Checkered flag is waving, and that'll do it. Now, for those of you with programs, we are not going to go with race 8, the Pro Formula 500s, just yet. We're going to go over to race 38 on the other side of your schedule. and run it right now. This will be a Relic Mod 300 fan-cooled free air combo race. All right, here's your lineup for race 38, which we have inserted after race number 7. So the 69 will be Colin Demianic out of Winnipeg. This is a 1970 Skidoo. On a Skidoo 1 year newer, a 71 Skidoo, the 501, is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. Riding a 1971 Yamaha, the number 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Altona. The other number 13 is John Hall out of Beausejour on a 71 Snowjet. The 11 is Don Keir from Winnipeg. This is a 69 Arctic Cat. Aboard another 71 Yamaha in the field, the 57 is out of St. Anne, Manitoba. The rider is Ken Bruce. And rounding out the field, the number 31, Dwayne Lassen, is out of Creighton, Saskatchewan on a 1981 Yamaha Enticer. All right, the 13, John Hall on the Snowjet, right in the middle. The other number 13, the white one, is the 71 Yamaha. That's Kieran Lowen. 2 number 13s in one race as we get set to go racing. 69 with a good start on the inside. Colin Demianic looking good. Getting that 1970 Skidoo around the racetrack. This is your Relic Mod 300 fan-cooled free air combo race. Can you answer this for me? Number 13 coming up in the... Well, we've got a crash over in turn number 4. Rider facing the wrong way in turn number 4. All right, we have an instant replay here on cooldown.tv as they get through the corner. Looking a little bouncy, and not a bad crash. Oh, that was close. Looking at the replay here. Rider almost got tagged as he went down, but he went around right by himself. So that will bring out a quick yellow-red flag here. We will stop them and get them sorted out and start them as they were on the last completed lap. Looks like maybe an Enticer over there. We'll get a better look here on cooldown.tv. That is a little bit of a distance from the announcer's tower. That could be the Enticer. It is the 31 of Dwayne Lassen out of Creighton, Saskatchewan, a 1981 Yamaha Enticer. That is a 40-year-old sled. Wow. All right, so I don't think we need the recovery sled over there. So we will restart this race momentarily. This is race 38 on your schedule. We're calling it 7B. Looking over the next race, we have 2 races. Race 8 and 9 will both be Pro Formula 500 heat races. Then race number 10 will be the Supermod 300 race, and then a Quebex intermission break. We would like to thank Wet Distribution along with FXR Racing for their sponsorship, as always. Moosehead Breweries, of course, involved. Twisted Tea. 60 years of CPTC this weekend. Great to be getting through this pandemic, hopefully, finally. It's nice to see everybody's faces. A lot of familiar faces out here, a lot of new faces. But a good crowd here for Saturday here, and that is awesome. Looking forward to a great USSA Pro Star Cup final race today in the Pro Champ class, and tomorrow the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship, also in the Pro Champ class. All right, last time the 69 got a heck of a good start. And he gets it again. Colin Damianic. Oh, we got another crash. And the rider is okay in that one as well. Red flag is out. We will stop them in turn 3 and 4 and get some assistance. Well, just when our recovery sled stopped, it might have to go again. Looking on the replay here at Cool Down TV. I think that's John Hall on the Snowjet. Just went around. And a bit of a barrel roll. Fortunately, that sled didn't follow him completely. Some hood damage. That is definitely the number 13 of John Hall out of Beausejour on the 71 Snowjet. Very similar crash to what just happened in turn 4. The rider just kind of going around by himself. But our efficient recovery crew will get to work over there. We're going to take a slower motion replay. Is that a word, slower motion? Can you get slower motion? Sure you can. You can on cooldown.tv. Yeah. Right front ski came way up in the air. The sled went sideways, began to barrel roll. Tried to hold on to the sled, and that was not going to work. That 71 Snowjet just wanted to go the other way. And it won. All right, here we go. Riley, our flagman, signals to these riders, get down here. We're ready to throw the green flag. Race 38 on your schedule. This is actually race 7B, but it is race 38 on your schedule if you're looking for lineups. 501 inside is Mike Kelly. Second inside, the 69 Colin Damianic with 2-hole shots. Number 11 is Don Keir out of Winnipeg. Front end on that sled is super high. Colin Damianic once again leaves them. Three wide in turn number 1 and 2. Great racing for second, third, and fourth. Damianic is your leader. This race scheduled for just 3 laps. And I don't believe we have one yet. We've had a couple of crashes. So this should be the first completed lap. Damianic is your leader. 1970 Skidoo looking good. 501 and the 13 and the 57, second, third, and fourth. Ken Bruce is on that 71 Yamaha, currently occupying the 4th spot. Uh-oh. Looks to me a rider pulling off on the inside of the back straightaway. This race has been tough on snowmobiles. White flag is out. 2 down now. 1 to go. Colin Damianic out of Winnipeg on the 70 Skidoo. That thing did sound a little funny. I didn't know if it was an echo in the announcer's tower, but that sled is pulling off the racetrack. And another one slowing. We've lost just about everybody. They say to finish first you must finish, but I think in this race, all you have to do is finish to win. Checkered flag is out. The 57, as surprised as all of you and I are. Ken Bruce takes the checkered flag after running 4th a lap ago. Wow. All right. The 57, Ken Bruce out of St. Anne, Manitoba. Winning on the 1971 Yamaha. Would you call that winning by default? There was 2 more sleds. There was. Right, the 11 just crossed the line. All right. Well, that was an interesting one. Now we will move to race 8 on your schedule, getting back into line here, and I'll bring you that lineup momentarily. Hey fans, don't forget to pick up your official 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships program. These things are beautiful. Some unbelievable flashbacks if you read through. Going back to 1989 with the F1 twin tracks on television. It is incredible, some of the information in this book. You can read all about the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. All of our great sponsors are included. Of course, the cancellation of last year's March race, which we ran in December. So we did keep up with it all. Great picture of the 2021 Pro Formula 500 winner, Jordan Sobetsky, a local rider on the Sobetsky Enterprises Gusta Sod Farms entry. (1963), of course, was the first formally organized snowmobile race in the sport's history, right here in Beausejour. Started in 62, but official in 1963. That's going back, well, way before I was born. And that is a long time ago. Wow, that's a cool looking sled. The 22W of Warren Leba out of Bluffton. The 446 will be Mike Shackelford. The 22 Warren Lieben. The 3 is Danik Labbert. Hollywood Danik Labbert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Scratch the 21 of Andrew Brandt. The 9 is Stefan Karagnin. The 96 is going to be Bruce Rosentreader on the 2015 Acme. Mike Shackelford out of Oakville will start on the inside, but now in the back row as a result of the jump. They are tight in turn number 1 and 2. Looks like Hollywood Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, riding a 91 Polaris in the number 1 spot currently. This is race 8 on your schedule, the Pro Formula 500s. Round 1, heat 1, for 5 laps. Shackelford and Rosentreader make up the top 3 so far, but Danik Lambert having lots of success on his 91 Polaris. Next up, we'll do a race 9, another Pro Formula 500 race. 22W of Warren Leba on the move on that good-looking number 22W. Dominant performance so far as your leader comes down the front chute. Danik Lambert out of Quebec, followed by Shackelford, and now the 22 Warren Leba entering position number 3. White flag will be displayed for your leader this time around, Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. 1 to go. Danik Lambert on the number 3, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines and Dayco. with about a straightaway lead here in this 5-lap race. We did have a race for second there for a minute as your leader comes out of turn number 4 and down the straightaway. That'll do it. The number 3 will take the win. Danik Lambert, followed by Shackelford. Whoa, the 22W almost gets tagged. A good race. Stefan Kerrigan is on the 9 out of Winnipeg. Looks to be third. That is unofficial. 22W of Warren Liba out of Bluffton. Calling that one a 2022 Liba Speed chassis. Well, it had lots of speed for most of the race, but slowed down at the end, enabling some position changes on the racetrack. Race 9 coming up next, and we will be back with that lineup in just a moment. Race 9 coming up. The 13 is Dale Hunter. The 35 is Dylan Barron. The 15, Kyle Omachinski. Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises 24 out of Beausejour. And the 95 is Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario. And we are racing our second last race before a Quebex intermission break. And you will see Whiskey Throttle Motorsports. We'll tell you a little bit more about that coming up soon. Great racing for second, third, and fourth spot here. Here comes your leader down the front straightaway. That is the 15, Kyle Omachinski. Look at this battle for second and third now. Most of the riders using the inside of the racetrack in turn 1 and 2. We will see how that affects the racetrack later on as the day wears on. #24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises in Beausejour. That is Jordan Sobetsky. He started his career out on the other side of the back straightaway with the mini sleds, and they are competing as well today. Future stars of the CPTC on the racetrack, the much smaller racetrack on the other side of the back straightaway here in Beausejour. 1 to go. The 15 is the leader, Sobetsky and LePage. LePage now trying on the second spot for size, but can't make it happen. 15 will take the win. The 24 and the 95 will be your top 3. The 13, that is Dale Hunter, will finish unofficially 4th. Dale Hunter is out of Thamesford, Ontario, on a 1990 Polaris. That'll do it for race 9, the Pro Formula 500s. Up next, the Supermod 300 final. On your schedule, it says 5 laps. This one will be 4 laps. We'll change it to 4 laps. All right, awaiting the arrival of race number 10, our last race before a Quebec's intermission break. We do want to tell you that the beer garden is open. Get yourself a nice cold Moosehead over there. Check out the full line of CPTC racewear. Also, concession area is open. They have great food. One of the best racetracks for concession food ever is right here in Beausejour. So if you're looking for a delicious cheeseburger, a hot dog, some French fries, how about a hot chocolate or coffee or a pop or a soda if you're from the States, well, you can get it at the concession area. Supermod 300s look like this. The 95 is Jerry LePage, just racing the Pro Formula 500 race, so he'll be a little tired. The number 35 also just raced. That is Dylan Barron out of Enola on a 73 Polaris. The 13 is Kieran Lowen. Kieran is from Altona, Manitoba on a 75 Yamaha. And the 44 is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul, 73 Polaris. These are cool-looking machines. I remember having a 73 or 74 TX 250 as my first ever sled. And I gave it to my neighbor. I should have kept it and restored it. I never did. Whoa! Big ski stand by the 95. Bit of a wheelie. 95. A skielie. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a skielie. Did we just make something up? I'll give you credit, Anthony Leake from Cool Down TV. I know you've got enough money already, but you can take that one to the bank. .35 and the 44 doing battle. Now the 35 is Dylan Barron. The 44 is Vic Mazer. Those are both 1973 Polarises. Wow, Vic Mazer's got that 73 Polaris cooking as he begins to distance himself from the 35 of Dylan Barron. White flag, 1 to go. 44 and the 35, still first and second in the Supermod 300s. The 95 and the 13 continue to battle for third and fourth place. The 95, of course, is Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario. The 13 just moving into the third spot, Kieran Lowen. Leaders in turn 4. No question about that one. The 44 out of West St. Paul. Mazer will take the win. Dylan Barron out of Enola on the 35 second. Then the 13 and the 95. Those will be your top 4 and only 4 finishing in race 10. That'll do it. We will now move to a Quebec's intermission break. Don't forget, visit the concession area. Grab yourself a hot chocolate or a hot coffee or a pop. French fries, cheeseburgers, hot dogs available over there. Also, the beer garden is open. Do check it out over there and grab yourself an official CPTC t-shirt or sweatshirt. All kinds of great stuff over there. We will be back with you momentarily right here at the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. All right, we're back here at the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Race 11 coming your way next after a Quebec's intermission break. The 21 is going to be Andrew Bryant out of Dryden, Ontario, riding a 92 Polaris. On a 1989 Polaris, the number 23 is going to be Dylan Fox from Balmoral, Manitoba. Riding the 59 from Drayton, North Dakota, is Hunter Johnson. Hunter is on a 2017 Wall Brothers Racing Johnson chassis. And the 13 is Dale Hunter out of Thamesford, Ontario on a 1990 Polaris. This is race 11 on your schedule, Junior 2 F500 and Sprint 380, round 1 for 5 laps. Next, race 12 and 13 will be your Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup races. We'll tell you more about those in just a little bit. Looks like the number 21 of Andrew Bryant did not make the inside of the first row in this race 11 on your schedule. It was the 23 of Dylan Fox from Balmoral that had the inside position. '59 is the leader, followed by the 23, Hunter Johnson and Dylan Fox, 1 and 2 on the racetrack. Good race up front in turn 3 and 4. Hunter Johnson aboard the number 59 out of Drayton, North Dakota. That is a 2017 Wall Brothers Johnson Racing machine. What a battle over there in turn number 4. This race scheduled for 5 laps. 23 is Dylan Fox from Balmoral, Manitoba. That is a 1989 Polaris. 23 of Dylan Fox looking to get a run on the outside. Into turn number 3 and 4 they go. The 59 of Hunter Johnson stays to the bottom. White flag is out, and look at this race down the front straightaway. The 23 of Dylan Fox takes the lead into turn number 1. Great job. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba, being pursued by the 59 of Hunter Johnson. Checkered flag is in the air, and the 23 is going to take it. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral bests the 59 of Hunter Johnson out of Drayton. Dale Hunter out of Ontario on the 1990 Polaris finishes third on the number 13. Polarises. Well, there are Polarises in the pit area, but that was only one on the front straightaway. Or Polarises. I'll work on that. It's going to need a lot of work. All right, race 12 coming up. Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup. Round 2. Heat 1 coming up. 26 is a rookie, Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour on a 2022 Skidoo. The 87, also a rookie. This is Madison Phillips out of Drayton, North Dakota, the 2020 Johnson Racing chassis. Another rookie out of Enola, Manitoba on a 2014 Wall Brothers chassis is Brad Harrison on the 29. Matt Zalai, also a rookie on the 370 out of Cooks Creek. He is on the Demon Racing chassis, and the 102, of course, is multi-time champion Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on a 2022 Wall Brothers Polaris. Quinn Whitechuck is a scratch, we understand, on the number 26. Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour is a scratch. This is race number 12 on your schedule. Again, Quinn Whitechuck on the 26 out of Beausejour will be a scratch. 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, riding that Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102. Let's watch this one. Our starter, Riley, looking for an issue at the starting line. He wants to move them a little close together, I guess. Next race up on your schedule will be race 13 after this one. Another round of Pro Champs. Each Pro Champ rider will race 3 heat races. 10 points for a win, 9 points for second, 8 for third, 7 for fourth down the line. The feature event for the USSA Pro Star Cup today will be 100 points to win, 90 for second. And the 102 Blaine Stevenson and the 220 of Gunnar Stern are battling for that title here today. Tomorrow will be the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. All right, Riley gives them the signal. We're ready to go with race 12, Pro Champ 440s. Madison Phillips out of Drayton on the 87. There's the 29 of Brad Harrison. Inside a second, Zalai and Stevenson. This race is sans Quinn Whitechuck on the 26. He is the scratch. Great start for the number 29 and the 87 of Madison Phillips. Wow. A couple of rookies in this division. The Premier Ice Oval class. 102 of Blaine Stevenson in the lead. He is on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR machine out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Blaine Stevenson running the string out on the rest of the field now as they head on into turn number 3. Close race for third and fourth spot. This is round 2 for these riders. 29, Brad Harrison leading the 87 of Madison Phillips. They're battling for third and fourth place on the racetrack. Tension in the pit area. Race 13, Pro Champ 440s are next. .100 miles per hour on the last lap for the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Matt Zalai out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba in second on the 370. Sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. This race scheduled for 7 laps. Matt Zalai, a rookie in this class, doing a great job following the 102 of Blaine Stevenson, who has many championships to his credit. White flag coming out this time around. 6 down, 1 to go in round 2, heat 1 of the Pro Champ 440 class. This weekend, of course, brought to you by FXR Wet Distribution. All part of Moosehead and Twisted Tea. Those are some of their great products. Do visit the beer garden and check it out. Checkered flag, the 102, Blaine Stevenson, is followed by the 370 of Matt Zalai out of Cooks Creek. Brad Harrison and the 87 Madison Phillips rounds out the top 4. The 87 Madison Phillips out of Drayton, North Dakota, on the 2020 Johnson Racing chassis, finishes 4th unofficially in race 12 on your schedule, the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup, round 2, heat 1. We're going to do it again right now in race 13, Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup, round 2, heat 2 for 7 laps. All right, scheduled to start inside in race number 13 in the Pro Champ 440 class, Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. On the number 75, we understand that he is not in staging yet. But who is in staging? Well, the 91, Sam Glure out of Beausejour, riding a 2012 Wall Brothers Racing chassis. The number 8, of course, Travis McDonald, the MPH Racing Skidoo. We'll start in this one. Danik Lambert, Hollywood Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the 2013 Skidoo. He will be number 3. And crashing earlier in the first round, the 220, G-Money Gunnar Stern, a multi-time champion and the reigning Canadian Power Toboggan champion. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, sponsored by Red Bull and Skidoo. He is scheduled to start this one as well, so we'll see who we get at the starting line for race 13, the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup race. Sam Glure out of Beausejour, Manitoba on the 2012 Wall Brothers Racing chassis is a rookie in this division. They are close at the starting line. Riley looks them over. Green, green, green. Here we go. Gunnar Stern with a great start. G-Money Gunnar Stern on the 220, sponsored by Red Bull Racing. The West Chicago, Illinois rider is flying out there. Also sponsored by Skidoo along with Woody's. 2021 CPTC champion. Looking strong early. That rider knows how to get it done. Second spot is the number 8. That is Travis McDonald. The MPH Racing entry, sponsored by Skidoo, BRP, and Dayco. That is a 2020 Skidoo chassis. Trying to chase down your leader, the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. Rather bad start for Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the 2013 Skidoo. Travis McDonald out of Lockport, Manitoba, trying to chase down the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. About a quarter straightaway lead for the rider out of the United States of America. White flag, 1 to go. Well, if you were here earlier with us, you will recall that the number 220 of Gunnar Stern crashed over in turn number 4 in his first round race, and a ski loop that was broken prevented him from continuing. But they've got that fixed, and as you can see, Gunnar Stern in the 220 is right back on track and takes the checkered flag over the number 8 out of Lockport, Travis McDonald, Sam Glure, and Hollywood. Danik Lambert, the number 3 out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, will finish 4th on his 2013 Skidoo. So that was race 13 on your schedule, the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup, round 2, heat 2 race. 7 laps are now complete, and Gunnar Stern has the checkered flag in that one, and 10 points for that heat race win. Coming up next, race 14, the Sportsman 600s, and we'll have that line up shortly. All right, the lineup is here. Here we go. Race number 14, Sportsman 600, round 2 for 5 laps. Riding a 2000 Arctic Cat, the 779 is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. On the number 3 is Scott Wagner from Prada, Manitoba. And riding the 55 out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan is Carter Herman. The 15 is from Beausejour. This is Kyle Omachinski. The 81X is Mitch Kreitzer out of Govan, Saskatchewan. And the number 13 is John Hall from Beausejour. He rides a 1996 Skidoo. Riding the 23 is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo. And the 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. That is a 2000 Polaris. Looks like John Hall and the number 13 will start outside. Originally scheduled to start third from outside, but elected to go outside in this one. Sportsman 600's coming up. Good start for the 779. Let's see if that rider, Colton Kreitzer, can get it turned around in turn number 1 and 2. Oh, heads up, we got a rider down on the back chute. Sliding along, the sled still continues down the track. I believe that could be the number 55 of Carter Herman, who had a strong earlier outing. That rider is walking to the sled. So we might be okay for a restart on that competitor. We will take a look at the cooldown.tv instant replay. That green sled coming out of turn 2, that is the one. And left ski comes up and the rider goes down. Relatively harmless as the rider slides down the back chute. That looks pretty cool in reverse there, Anthony. I like that. That's almost like freestyle snowcross. You actually get back on the sled. You throw it away and then you get back on it. We'll see that a little later. Whiskey Throttle Motorsports will be here at the end of the second intermission to put on some entertainment in the infield. All right. Well, that sled, the number 55, Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. That is a 1999 Arctic Cat, and it is refired. Race 14, the Sportsman 600s are on the track. Coming up next, race 15, the SS 250 300 340 fan combo final. Then race 16, we'll move to the motocross bikes, the Ice Bike Open. That'll be 5 laps. Then we'll move to ATVs, followed by Pro Formula 500s twice for race 18 and 19. And the final race before our freestyle intermission will be race 20, the Pro Formula 3s. Getting him lined up once again, the 779 on the inside is Colton Kreitzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan, a 2000 Arctic Cat. Had a great start last time. Let's see if he can repeat the feat. 55, Carter Herman from Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. Parks his Arctic Cat on the second row. Good start for your pole sitter, who drops to seconds. Oh, now we got another crash. That one was a result of a bump back there in turn 1 and 2. I didn't see the exact sequence, but we have a rider down in turn number 2, and that sled is tipped right over. Looks to be okay. The rider is trying to lift that sled back to its skis. Roll it back over. Let's take a look on cooldown.tv, the replay. Looks to me there was a little bit of a bump when it was live. Little tough to see with the snow dust. Looks like the right ski got into the second place rider, and over the rider went. So we'll see if that rider can continue or not, as we are under a red flag condition in race 14. Again, we'll go through our next races after race 14. Race 15 will be our SS 250, 300, and 340 fan combo race. That will be the final for 5 laps. Race 16, 5 laps also, Ice Bike Open. Then we'll go to race 17, the ATV Open, 5 laps for round 2. Then 2 rounds of Pro Formula 500s for race 18 and 19. And race 20 will be the Pro Formula 3 class. 3 riders in that one. Looks like Calvin Cook, Blaine Stevenson, and the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. Our safety crew still working in turn number 2 to assist the rider. Don't forget the beer garden remains open throughout the day. Grab yourself an nice cold one. And, of course, you can check out the full line of CPTC promo wear. Some real cool stuff available in 2022. Also, the concession area is open. Delicious cheeseburgers and French fries over there. They have hot dogs, coffee, hot chocolate, pop. Great concession food right here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships as we are getting set to go again in race number 14. Riley, our flagman, looking them over as they head into turn number 4 for a restart. They will come to the front straightaway and take the green flag once again. Once again, the 779 should be on the pole. That is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. The 3 beside him is Scott Wagner out of Prada, Manitoba, 1996 Skidoo. Then the 55, Carter Herman. They are jammed in there in the first 3. Time the 23 gets a great start. Will Manchelenko on the move in turn number 1 and 2, surprising the field with a real fast start. Here they come out of turn number 4, and it is clean so far. Manchelenko leads the 16 and the 55. Great battle for first, second, and third out of turn 2, and now down the back straightaway. 4th and 5th close as well. The 55 on the move, inside, and oh, there's a crash. Sled on the rider, into the bales, red flag is out. The number 55 became the leader, but we will go to our officials to figure out what happened in turn number 3 and 4. We have a rider off and a sled right off the racetrack over at trackside parking. Coming up next, race 15, Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan combo. You need to get to the staging area immediately, please. Followed by ice bikes and ATVs. Those will be your next 3 races here in Beausejour. We're told the rider appears to be okay. The sled is beyond the bales, so that's going to be a bit of a cleanup here. Great time to visit the concession area or the beer garden. We will go to cooldown.tv for the replay. Looks like Manchelenko and the 55 getting together. The 55 coming through on the bottom of the racetrack, and the 23, unfortunately, was the victim there. Hard into the bales. And the red flag came out right away after that. You see the number 16 sitting in turn 3 and 4. That is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour, Manitoba. 23, I can see now on cooldown.tv, is walking around and looks to be okay. The bales, not so much. Need a bit of work over in turn 3 and 4 to straighten the mess out over there. Riley, our flagman, in turn 3 and 4, communicating on the radio about what is going to happen on this restart. in race number 14, the Sportsman 600 class, round 2 for 5 laps. Been a pretty tough day so far for crashes. We always hope that we have less, not more, each and every time here at CPTC, but racing, while it's inherent at those kinds of speeds, sometimes there's a bit of rubbing going on. Don't forget to get your official 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships program available at the front gate. Please do patronize our advertisers and sponsors here throughout the year. Let them know you saw their logos or their advertisements at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. That helps the crew, of course, get sponsors each and every year when they know their advertising dollars are working. Tomorrow, we run the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. That is Sunday, March 6th. Hot laps at 9. Racing begins at 11. And don't forget about the trophy presentation. That is following the races at the Brokenhead River Community Hall on James Avenue in Beausejour. Delicious hot buffet, just $16. You'll want to be there for that tomorrow when we hand out the trophies and the checks. That follows the races after we get all the points tallied and the checks written. That will happen over at the Brokenhead River Community Hall, not far from here. Well, Reed Baker is the current president of the CPTC, and you can read his message in the official program. Do they ever do a nice job on this thing? It is absolutely beautiful. Full color and full of great action shots, courtesy of Daryl Gershman, who does such a good job capturing the action here on the big half-mile oval. All right, still sorting it out in turn number 3 and 4 as we get set to go back racing. Race 14, the Sportsman 600s. Don't forget, after this grooming break or during the grooming break, we will have some freestyle snowcross action courtesy of Whiskey Throttle Motorsports. There's Riley on the side-by-side. That means we're getting close to going back racing here at CPTC. Brought to you by FXR and Wet Distribution, along with MacDon. All right, here we go. We're going to get them lined up and turn them loose once again. This race was originally scheduled for 5 laps. All right, we're going to restart this race number 14. The 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. He is on the 2000 Polaris, the 779, alongside is Colton Kreutzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Good start for the 16. Number 13 is John Hall out of Beausejour. As we get set to do it again. Scott Wagner is aboard the number 3, and he is out of Prada, Manitoba on the 96 Skidoo. "13 of Jonathan Hall out of Beausejour. Hall in the male in the 3rd spot, trying to catch 2nd place on the high side of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. That is a great race, the best race in the place for 2nd and 3rd right now. $7.79 following off the pace now. That is Colton Kreitzer out of Drake, Saskatchewan. Your leader doing a great job out here. Who's getting the black flag to 7.79? White flag is out for your leader, the 16 of DJ Saluk. The 13 is 2nd. There's also a black flag out. That is for the 7.79 of Colton Kreitzer. Started out real good, not so good now at the end, unfortunately. Checkered flag is in the air on the front chute. After a lengthy race number 14, it's going to go to the 16 of DJ Saluk. John Hall out of Beausejour, 2nd on the 13. The 3 is 3rd, Scott Wagner. Started that race with 8 sleds, ended with 3. Disqualification. Get off the track. Race 15 coming up momentarily. The Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan combo event. This is the final for 5 laps. We'll get that lineup for you momentarily. And here's how they line up. The number 14 is out of Jansen, Saskatchewan, aboard a 1981 Yamaha. This is Jared Koopman. The 94 is Brian Kep from Rosewood, Manitoba. The 15 is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. This is a good-looking 76 Mercury. And aboard the 57 is Ken Bruce from St. Anne, Manitoba, also on a 76 Merc. The 135 is Blair McDonald from Grand Point, Manitoba. The 31, Dwayne Lasson, comes to you from Creighton, Saskatchewan. The 509 is Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. That is the John Deere. And the 866 is Doug Bedall from Enola on a 79 Yamaha. So race 15 on your schedule, almost halfway through the day, is the Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan combo. 5 laps is the distance in this final. Next up, ice bikes, then ATVs. Looks like the number 15 with a good start, Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota, on a 1976 Mercury, wasting no time when the green flag dropped. As these riders sort themselves out on the back straightaway. Albert Ratty on the 509. That is a 75 John Deere in the 2nd spot. As they head on down into turn number 3. Those 2 riders really distancing themselves from the rest of the pack. So does the 15 and the 509. Long gone in this one. 14 is 3rd. That is Jared Koopman. 57 Ken Bruce is out of St. Anne. Then the 31 of Dwayne Lasson. Doug Bedell on the 866. Well off the leader's pace. Leaders in turn 4. The back of the pack in turn 2. Oh, the number 14 almost takes her for a loop. Jared Koopman out of Johnson, Saskatchewan. Is not happy with that sled as he parks on the inside of the front chute. White flag coming out in your Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan combo race. Nothing has changed in the top two. The 15, Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota, leading on his 76 Mercury. And who is he leading? Well, second spot is the 509 of Albert Raddy out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, riding the 1975 John Deere. Close finish, but the number 15 gets it done. Sheldon Carlson takes the win over Albert Raddy out of Prince Albert on the John Deere. Those are your top two in the 5-lap final for the Superstock 250, 300, and 340 class. Ken Bruce takes checkered on the 57. Also across the line, the number 31 of Dwayne Lassen from Creighton, Saskatchewan. That is a 76 Mercury. Medal on the 866, brightly colored machine. That is a 79 Yamaha out of Enola. According to our lineup sheets, Enola, Alabama. But we know that's Enola, Manitoba. Enola, Alabama, huh? Can't imagine there'd be much sled racing there. But there is an Enola, Manitoba, and especially in Beausejour, Manitoba. Right, Beausejour and Enola are very close together. And if you're watching on Cool Down TV, well, now you could Google the distance from Enola to Beausejour. All right, big class for the ice bikes. Round two for 5 laps. These are primarily 450cc 4-stroke dirt bikes, and they get around this place at speeds of about 80 miles per hour. All right, race 16 on your schedule. Ice Bike Open round 2 for 5 laps. The 14 is Ryan Rondeau. Keep your eyes on this 2022 Kawasaki. He is quick. Riding the 489 is Avery Carr out of Lac du Bonnet, Manitoba, also on a Kawasaki. Riding a 2017 KTM out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. The 999 is Alex Torma, and aboard the 22 is Zach Jasek from Beausejour. The 219 is Caden Katowicz from Petersfield, and the 58 is Jimmy Fleming from Winnipeg. Aboard the 108 is Bruce Dean out of Winnipeg. The 117 is Colton Korolavich. The 71 is Katie Hood with a great start here. Female rider out of Beausejour, Manitoba. The 18 is Hunter Brink, and the 19 is Cal Dietz out of Dundurn, Saskatchewan. .117 is your leader, Colton Korolavich, followed by the 14 of Ryan Rondeau. Definitely two of the premier riders in this series. .83 miles per hour. That is quick on 2 wheels. Wow. 14, new leader. Avery Carr out of Lac du Bonnet trying to move up to the 3rd spot here. Look at that race for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Wow. They are moving quick. side by side into turn number 3. Your leader already in lap traffic in this 5-lap race. Ryan Rondeau has traveled half a mile further than the lapper in way less than 5 laps. Look at that race in turn 3 and 4. Wow. Rondeau is your leader. Korolavich is in the second spot. Avery Carr on the 489, making things interesting here. Checkers to Ryan Rondeau, a nice job. Korolavich. That looked like the 489 for the third spot. Avery Carr at Alaktabani. You think those guys would be racing for $100,000 the way they're running out there? Wow. Maybe they are. Whew. That's some pretty intense stuff on 2 wheels on ice in March. Jimmy Fleming coming across the line. Jimmy out of Winnipeg on a 2009 Yamaha. That'll do it for your Ice Bike Open. That was race number 16 on your schedule. What follows 16? 17, you're right. That was a test, by the way. Race 17, ATV Open. Round 2 for 5 laps. 25 is going to be Corey Johnson out of Oakbank. The 811 is Ryan Adrian from Lac-Tabani. Riding the 7 is Ryan Gibson from Beausejour. The 14 is Tyler Feeblecorn, also from Beausejour. Riding the 20 out of Steinbach is Peter Friesen. And the number 7 is Rob Clark from Beausejour. Another rider out of Beausejour is the number 4 of Ethan Clark. And the 696 is Jake Capani out of Steinbach, Manitoba, riding a 2007 Honda. Well, we understand Ryan Adrian of Lac-Tabani is going to take to the skies, all part of the Whiskey Throttle Motorsports display after our second or during our second intermission. Got a stall and a refire on the starting line as we go now with the ATV Open. Next up, a couple of heat races in Pro Formula 500. Then the Pro Formula 3 race will be race 20. Then the Quebec's intermission break with Whiskey Throttle Motorsports on board. This race scheduled for 5 laps in the ATV Open as they head on down the back straightaway. Tyler Feeblecorn on the number 14 out of Beausejour. That is a 2008 KTM. Still going at it in turn number 3 and 4. Look at that. Ryan Adrian out of Lac-Tabani is on the 811. 74 miles an hour, so about 10 off the ice bikes, 9 actually. We had an 83 in the ice bikes and a 74 mile per hour speed in the ATV Open. as the white flag comes out, indicating 1 lap to go. Tyler Feeblecorn on the 14, leading Ryan Adrian on the final lap. Whoa, that was close in turn number 2. Friendly little bump. I'm still here. Here comes the race down the the front straightaway. Look at this. That was a great battle. Tyler Feeblecorn bests the 8:11 of Ryan Adrian out of Lactabani. Whoa, that was an exciting ATV Open race for 5 laps. No question about that. Just talking with Anthony Leake from cooldown.tv about how good the racing's been today. In the sleds and in the ATVs, the ice bikes, very, very good competition. These riders are ready today, and they've got it turned up to 10. Race 18, Pro Formula 500s. We're going to scratch the 21 of Andrew Brandt out of Dryden, Ontario. The 21 will not appear in race number 18. Who is in? Well, the number 446 of Mike Shackelford out of Oakville, Manitoba, riding a 1990 Polaris is in. The 96 Bruce Rosentreader is from Whitemouth, Manitoba on the 2015 Acme. The 22W, Warren Liba, is out of Bluffton, Alberta. That is a 2022 Liba Speed chassis. The 95 is Jerry LePage from Murillo, Ontario. That is an 89 Polaris. So it looks like 4 scheduled to start race number 18 in the Pro Formula 500 class. All right, we've got the sign, race number 18, Pro Formula 500s. Race 19 will be the same class, followed by the Pro Formula 3 class. 3 competitors in that one. This one will be 3 laps. I get it. 3 riders, 3 laps. 1 lap per rider. Couple of scratches, so they have reduced the number of laps. Mike Shackelford is on the inside and is in a drag race with the 96 and the 95 of LePage. 5 laps now? They went back to 5. All right, change back to 5 laps. So follow your schedule. We are doing 5 laps in this one. Mike Shackelford is the leader. Second spot, LePage. Third is Bruce Rosentreader on the Acme chassis. So back to 5 laps in race number 18. Race 19 will also be 5 laps. Sounded like 84 miles per hour on the radio. Our radar located in turn number 1. Pretty good 3-sled race here. Shackelford continues to hang on to the lead. He is from Oakville, Manitoba on that 1990 Polaris. Jerry LePage is out of Murillo, Ontario on an 89 Polaris. White flag coming out, 1 to go. Less than a half a lap remaining here in race number 18, the Pro Formula 500 class. Another close finish here. Shackelford, LePage, and Rosentreader in the top, and only 3 on the racetrack. That'll do it for race number 18. 19 coming up, also in the Pro Formula 500 class. Round 2, heat 2 for 5 laps. All right. All right, here's the lineup for race 19, Pro Formula 500s. The 9 is Stefan Carrigan. The 35 is Dylan Barron. Riding the 24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises in Beausejour. This is Jordan Sobetsky. The 3 is Hollywood Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 13 is Dale Hunter from Ontario. Kyle Omachinski is out of Beausejour on the outside. And here we go racing into turn number 1, and it is tight. Three wide down the middle of the back straightaway. This class is so competitive. The riders and the machines so equal. That's why you get that great racing. Sobetsky being pursued by the number 3 of Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Hollywood Danik Lambert on a 1991 Polaris. He's second on the number 3. That last lap, 93 miles per hour. Third spot is the number 15. That is Kyle Omachinski, who started outside at the green flag, moved to the inside out of turn number 2 on the first lap and did a nice job picking off the third spot. But he is losing the leaders right now. Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises number 24. That dealership located not far from here. In business for many years and one of our program sponsors. Jordan Sobetsky started at the mini sled track located on the other side of the back straightaway. And it looks like the Quebec rider is limping into turn 3 and 4. Sled problems in turn 3 and 4. White flag for the leader. That will take a little heat off the leader. Checkered flags out, your winner, Jordan Sobetsky. Second spot, the 15, is Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour on the 89 Polaris. 13 is third, Dale Hunter out of Thamesford, Ontario on a 1990 Polaris. That is your unofficial top 3 for race number 19, Pro Formula 500 class. Next up, race number 20, the Pro Formula 3 class, round 1 for 5 laps. Race 20, Pro Formula 3, the 75 will be Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 102, Blaine Stevenson, he rides the Wall Brothers Racing FXR entry out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. And G-Money Gunnar Stern will be on the 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois. Now, the class you're about to see, the Pro Formula 3s, were the World Championship class this year at Eagle River. Just a total of 3 of them here today. Of course, we run our Canadian Championship with the Pro Champ 440s, but this was the World Championship class. The idea was to create a snowcross type look sled, a little more factory looking, and try to get the factories more involved. Gunner stern is a scratch, so we've got a 2 sled race. And I believe it will remain at 5 laps. We'll find that out for you. Of course, these sleds are intended to run on a mostly stock chassis, 600cc. Some ski and suspension mods, of course. Calvin Cook on the 75 is going to battle the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. And here we go. Good start for the number 75. Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on the 2021 Polaris, leading the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. He is sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. The 2 sled battle continues down the back chute. The 102 is not giving up on the leader, the number 75 of Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 2021 Polaris looking pretty strong up front. And look at that, just as fast as I said it. The 102 Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud assumes the lead in this one. 102 miles per hour on the previous circuit. That is going quick. Ooh boy, left front ski coming up high on your race leader's sled. A great recovery, however. And the 102 of Blaine Stevenson continues in the lead with the white flag coming out. 1 to go. Final corners now in turns 3 and 4 as they come to the checkered flag. Your winner is going to be the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. He will be followed by Calvin Cook on the number 75, the 2021 Polaris out of Dayton, Minnesota. They will finish 1-2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is now time for a Quebec's intermission break. We will also have Whiskey Throttle Motorsports perform some freestyle snowcross in the infield area. And we'll tell you a little bit more about that coming up very soon. In the meantime, get on over to the beer garden, get yourself a nice cold one. Also, the concession area is open. Grab yourself a cheeseburger or some French fries, a hot dog, hot chocolate, hot coffee. They've got it all at the concession area.
All right, it's Heavy D here, representing Whiskey Throttle Motorsports. We got Ryan Adrian and Mike Poyer going to be doing some ramping here. They're going to be going about 70 feet here. On the green sled there, we got Ryan Adrian. He was rocking the ATVs earlier. The heel kicker, just doing a little bit of a warm-up. And in the red, we got Mike Poyer, who competed in the 2018 X Games Speed and Style. Actually went head-to-head with Levi LaValle. He's been all over North America representing the sport.
This freestyle snowcross is some pretty cool stuff, Heavy D. I've been a part of it for many years, seen it throughout, and it's pretty intense. Like, these guys are a different breed.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys, they got balls of brass, I mean, for lack of better words. They're jumping about 70 feet here. And then if you notice that typically what they'd be doing is they'd be ramping on the, we got amazing moves from Mike there. So typically they'd be riding on a metal ramp or a snow landing. So they've actually brought in the airbag for extra protection for the riders.
That's a new thing. They used to have steel landing ramps or snow landing ramps, and they'd have that inflatable just on the entry to the ramp in case they hit it, but I've never seen a full inflatable ramp. Pretty cool.
Yeah, the guys are teaming up. Cody Wasco's down there making sure everything is good on the landing. And I think we got Nick down there too as well. A couple of the boys from Whiskey Throttle Motorsports representing 244 for Mike McIver. Nice little Indy there by Mike.
That is a variation of a Superman seat grab, of course. Moving the feet upwards, kind of swinging them out.
Ryan Adrian at the ramp. Nice. And, of course, Ryan Adrian's filling in for Daniel Schaefer. Had a little bit of a mishap here. And I got to tell you guys, the big thing with the protection of that ramp, had Schaefer hit a metal ramp or a snow ramp, injuries could have been much worse. So, they're being a little crazy, but safety is number one.
Well, I sure like that complete inflatable ramp. That is cool. How about that? A double grab.
All right, guys, I'll tell you a little trick. The louder you guys yell when these guys are pulling off tricks, the bigger and the better that they're going to pull off for you. These guys feed off of your energy, so don't be quiet in the stands. Get extra loud for them.
They certainly operate on pure adrenaline, no question about that. Here we go once again.
We got a nice seat grab there by Ryan Adrian.
These aren't 250-pound dirt bikes either, are they?
No, these. I'm actually quite amazed at the ability of these guys able to control these sleds. I mean, you're rocking about 400 or 500 pounds, and they're maneuvering them like they're nothing. It's absolutely stunning. Now, I do want to take effect. You guys see the flags over there. There is a little bit of a wind there, so they really got every once in a while they got to check their speed to make sure they don't overshoot the landing or come up short on there.
Yeah, that's a great observation. A lot of the snowcrosses, freestyle snowcrosses and freestyle motocrosses I've done have been in stadiums or in arenas where you don't have to contend with that sort of thing, but you get outdoors with that wind and you get up that high in the air, there are things to contend with.
Heel kicker by Ryan Adrian, making it look nice and easy. And you're absolutely right, Darren. I mean, you've got a huge risk factor here in the prairies. And they're rock solid by, and a little bit of a spill. That's okay.
Nice work to control that sled.
See, the crazy thing is with these guys, too, it's not a matter of how they fall or how they wipe out. It's a matter of when. I mean, it's one of the risks of the sport, but these guys are professionals and they know what they're doing.
What do you think so far out there?
Oh, I don't know. That was pretty weak sauce there, everybody. Come on, you want to see some more tricks? Get extra loud. There we go. Let's go, Ryan Adrian. Give a big round of applause for Mike as he comes by with the quick recovery.
Nice variation of the seat grab. Of course, grabs the seat and lets go completely of the sled and grabs it back. That was the rock solid to a mild crash.
Beautiful by Ryan Adrian there, making it look easy. Not bad considering that it was a quick grab to get him going out here. Got the call just a couple of days ago.
Looks like an Indy error for the rider in the red jersey. This, of course, brought to you by FXR Wet Distribution and MacDon.
And we got to mention, of course, Whiskey Throttle Motorsports, the premier in freestyling in Manitoba, training these guys. They've been going all over the world.
Great extension.
Making it look smooth and easy. And here comes Mike leading up to the ramp. Beautiful. Give a round of applause, everybody, for Mike Poyer and Ryan Adrian. you can't ask for a better halftime show than the boys from the Whiskey Throttle Motorsports. Every once in a while, they got to take a little bit of a break here. There's not a whole lot of snow there because, well, we are doing ice races here, so a whole lot of snow is not happening. So they got to take a little break, but the machines cool down. So for all you wondering how far they're going, they're probably jumping close to anywhere between 60 to 70 feet in distance, and then about roughly half that in height.
I'm just amazed at that inflatable ramp, just how durable that thing looks. It's got to be layers thick. You can imagine. That is a lot of sled landing on that inflatable balloon.
It definitely helps with these riders. I mean, especially some of these guys are getting into their 30s, so their bodies have been taking a toll. So anything that makes their landing easier, a little softer on the body. But we got a little bit of a chat session go down there. Let's give everybody a round of applause here. Let them know how much you love watching these guys perform for you.
Great job, no question about it, from Whiskey Throttle Motorsports. All right, getting back to race action now. Post-intermission, race 21 on the schedule. Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class. Round 2 for 3 laps. Riding the number 60 is going to be Braxton Cassidy. The 59 is Hunter Johnson. Hunter is from Drayton, North Dakota. And rounding out the field from Balmoral, Manitoba, the 23 is Dylan Fox. Dylan Fox on the 23 outside on a 1989 Polaris. This one scheduled for 3 laps, Junior 2 Stock Fan 380. Here we go. Drag race between the 23 and the 59 into turn number 1 and 2. Looks like the 23 of Dylan Fox, the leader, followed by Hunter Johnson on the 59. '23 leads it, followed by the 59 and the 60. Those are your top 3 and only 3 in race 21, the Junior 2 Stock Fan class. White flag is out, 1 to go for the number 23. Out of turn number 4 and down the front chute comes your leader. Race 21 is done. Checkered flag to the number 23. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba wins that one going away, followed by the 59 of Hunter Johnson. Third will be Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba on the 99 Polaris. Sheila Mowat, could we get you to the announcer's tower, please? Sheila Mowat. Coming up next, race number 22 on the schedule. This will be your Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup. This will be round 3, heat number 1 for 7 laps. Don't forget, each rider will race 3 heats in the Pro Champ 440 class. A race or heat win gets you 10 points. Second is 9 points. Third is 8, and so far or so on down the road. The feature race will get you 100 points, 90 for second. Once again, we need Sheila Mowat to the announcer's tower, please. Sheila Mowat. All right, race 22 out of Drayton, North Dakota on the 2020 Wall Brothers chassis. The 87 is rookie Madison Phillips. Also a rookie, the 29, is Brad Harrison out of Enola. Riding the MPH Racing number 8 out of Lockport, Manitoba. Also sponsored by Skidoo and XPS. This is Travis McDonald. The 220 is G-Money Gunner Stern from West Chicago, Illinois. And the 370 is a rookie out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba. The Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach, number 370, Matt Zalai. That is a Demon Racing chassis. Good start for the 220 and the 8. G-Money Gunner Stern with a great start on the Red Bull Skidoo. Second spot, another Skidoo. That is the 8 of Travis McDonald out of the Lockport area. Matt Zalai third. Brad Harrison on the 29, unofficially fourth. This is race 22 on your schedule. Gunnar Stern crashing in his first heat, looking awful strong on his return here, as he pulls away from the 8 of Travis McDonald. .100 miles per hour on the previous pass. Green flag still being displayed for the Red Bull Skidoo. The XPS Skidoo in second, followed by Matt Zalai. And the Big Smoke Barbecue, number 370, out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba. Demon Racing. Matt Zalai is third. White flag coming out next time around for race 22. Heat 3 in the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup race. Your leader working through turn 3 and 4, the Red Bull Skidoo. Also sponsored by Tubba Towels. Checkered flag for G-Money Gunnar Stern. Second to Travis McDonald on the 8th. Third to Matt Zalai on the Big Smoke 370. And a good run for Gunnar Stern after crashing out in heat number 1. Coming back strong here. We will decide the champion in the USSA Pro Star Cup later on. That is race 41 on our schedule. Little ways away just yet, but that is what we will decide today and tomorrow right here in Beausejour. It'll be the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship right here on the Big Half Mile. Race number 23 coming up next. More in the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup. 7 laps will be the distance. And starting inside the 102, Blaine Stevenson, sponsored by FXR and Wall Brothers Racing. Blaine Stevenson is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on the 2022 Polaris, a multi-time champion. The number 91 is Sam Glure out of Beausejour. The number 3 is Hollywood Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Quinn Whitechuck and Calvin Cook are scratches in this one. Scratch the 26 and the 75. Whitechuck out of Beausejour. Calvin Cook out of Minnesota will not appear in race 23. So it looks like 3 sleds will compete in this one. There is the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Wall Brothers Racing FXR sponsored entry. 91, Sam Glure. Hollywood Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. That is a 2013 Skidoo as we get to go racing. Oh, little jump for the 91. And we're going to try this one again. Sam Glure a little extra excited on the starting line. Gets his thumb into the throttle and will now likely restart this one in the second spot in the second row, which will essentially make him third on the restart. Stevenson, the Wall Brothers Racing Polaris, comes to the line, as does Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 91, sponsored by FXR. Sam Glure out of Beausejour restarts in the third spot. And here we go. Good start for Blaine Stevenson as he gets this race started early. Down the back chute he goes with Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec in the second spot. Next up, we will move to the ice bikes, then Pro Mod 340, Super Mod 340, and Super Stock 440 combo final. That'll be race 25. So if you are in those races, please head to the staging area. Blaine Stevenson setting a torrid pace. 98 miles per hour, in fact, on the previous circuit. Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102 is extending that lead. This one's scheduled for 7 laps. Sam Glure on the 91 doing a nice job holding on to that third spot and not too far out of second, in fact. The number 3 of Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on a 2013 Skidoo, currently second. Blaine Stevenson in the middle of the back straightaway, and this time around will collect the white flag indicating just one more lap to go in this one. Race 23 on your schedule. Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Cup. Round 3, Heat 2. Well, Blaine Stevenson got the whole shot in this one and has not looked back in race 23. Out of turn 4 comes the multi-time champion Blaine Stevenson, and checkers are out. Stevenson, Lambert, and the 91 of Sam Glure in the top 3 and only 3 in race 23. That'll do it for that one. And here we go. Ice Bike Open. 489 with a great start. That is Avery Carr out of Lac du Bonnie around the outside. The number 14 is Ryan Rondeau. The 18 is Hunter Brink. The 117 is Colton Korolavich. Riding the 19 is Cal Dietz. Amy Hood is on the 71. Caden Katowicz is on the 219. The 22 is Zach Jasek. The 489 is Avery Carr. The 999 is Alex Torma. The 108 is Bruce Dean. And the 58 is Jimmy Fleming out of Winnipeg. That is your lineup for race 24. Ice Bike Open. This is round 3, and the distance is 5 laps. Ryan Rondeau on the point spot, followed by Avery Carr at Lac du Bonnie. Pretty tough to beat that number 14 here over the last few years. Ryan Rondeau on a 2022 Kawasaki 450. Ryan is out of Winnipeg and doing a fantastic job up front on the number 14. Colton Korolavich is out of Beausejour on the number 117 entering turn 1 and 2. But right now, the Kawasaki of Rondeau, the number 14, looking unbeatable. White flag is out. Leader working through turn 3 and 4 in the Ice Bike Open round number 3. Checkers are out. Rondeau's going to win it, followed by the 489 of Avery Carr and Korolavich. Hunter Brink on the Kawasaki, number 18, comes home unofficially 4th in race 24, the Ice Bike Open competition. Race 25 coming up. Moving back to snowmobiles. That'll be your Pro Mod 340, Super Mod 340, and Super Stock 440 combo race. Once again, we have a message for Sheila Mowat in the announcer's tower. Sheila Mowat, can we get you to the announcer's tower? Sheila Mowat. Well, we'd like to welcome everyone to Trackside Parking and hope you're enjoying the races. We just want to make an announcement. If you're listening in on the FM channel, please turn out your headlights. We see some headlights in turn 3 and 4, right in the middle. There's one set out. Or are they back on? Somebody's walking around over there, maybe. We have a couple sets of headlights right in the middle of turn 3 and 4. Of course, that blinds. There's one out. Just wave at your neighbor. There you go. I think we're out now. That's good. All right. I'd like to welcome all of our great fans here this weekend to the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. It is great to be back with all the fans, all the riders, and all the great competition that ensues here on the Big Half Mile Oval. Brought to you by FXR, Wet Distribution, and MacDon. We are at race number 25, and they should be out here very soon. Once again, we have a message in the announcer's tower for Sheila Mowat. Sheila Mowat. We need Sheila Mowat up to the announcer's tower whenever you can, please. There they are in turn number 4. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Brought to you by cooldown.tv. All right, Pro Mod 340, Super Mod 340, and Super Stock 440 combo final. Riding the 223 is Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. The 35 is Dylan Barron. Dylan is on a 73 Polaris. 44 on the same sled, a 73 Polaris. That is Vic Mazer. The 65 is Norm Chura from Manola. The 65X is Cody Whitechuck. 20 is Bryce Olson. The 13, Kieran Lowen. And the 55 is Carter Herman. And we are racing. Here we go. Looks like a good start for the number 44, Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul, Manitoba. That is a 1973 Polaris showing the way. Activity happening from 2nd through about 6th on the back chute now. As they round through turn 3 and 4. Brought to you by Wet Distribution, FXR, and MacDon. Dylan Barron is on the 35 out of Enola. The 223 is Adam Braun, and they are in the top 3. Good battle for 4th and 5th. Sounds like 83 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Looks like there's a number 65 stopped on the inside. We have a 65 Norm Chura and a 65X Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. So it's one of those two riders that is stopped on the inside of the front straightaway. About halfway down-ish. Kieran Lowen on the number 13 pulled off. White flag coming out right away. Vic Mazer and Adam Braun. 35, Dylan Barron. The 20, Bryce Olson. That is your top 4 on the final lap in race 25. That'll do it. The 44 will win it. Second is Adam Braun on the 223, then Barron. Then the 20, Bryce Olson. The 65X is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. So the other 65 parked on the front chute must be Norm Chura out of Enola, Manitoba on a very similar 73 Polaris. All right, getting ready for a couple of Pro Formula 500 rounds here. This will be round 3, heats 1 and 2, race 26. Looks like this. The number 446 is Mike Shackelford out of Oakville, Manitoba. Riding the 22W is Warren Leba from Bluffton, Alberta. The number 9 is Stefan Carignan from Winnipeg. The 3 is Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 96 will be Bruce Rosentreader from Whitemouth aboard a 2015 Acme Company chassis. And the 13 is Dale Hunter out of Thamesford, Ontario on a 90 Polaris. This will be race 26. Pro Formula 500, round 3, heat 1 for 5 laps. And there is Norm Chura on the 65 out of Enola, Manitoba, taking his 73 Polaris back to the pit area on the recovery sled. Great job by all of our volunteers here at CPTC. Want to thank everyone for coming out and supporting ice oval racing here this weekend. It's nice to be back. And it's going to be a great weekend of racing. We have seen some awesome competition so far here today, and we will see much, much more throughout the day, and of course tomorrow with our 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Here comes race 26. We have been through the lineup, so we will await now the green flag. 5 laps is the distance. And our flagman Riley gives them the sign. Get on over here. We're ready to go racing. Cool looking 2022 Liba Speed chassis. That is the 22W of Warren Liba from Bluffton, Alberta. Napa Racing sponsored 22W. Looking pretty sweet. Riley making sure everything looks good at the starting line. Hollywood Danik Lambert out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec on a 1991 Polaris. He is number 3. Third from outside, and we got a jumper. We're going to try it again. All right, sounds like the number 96 pulled first there, so the number 96 will start at the back. No argument there, apparently, so he knows he did it. Danik Lambert out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec on the 91 Polaris getting set to go once again. He has been pretty quick here today. And away we go, Shackelford with a good start. Mike Shackelford out of Oakville, Manitoba. On the inside gets a good start, but we've got some racing to do here in race 26, the Pro Formula 500 class. Look at them going to turn 3 and 4. They are side by side. Oh, tough break for the 22W. That 2022 Liba Speed was strong, but I think it all blowed up over there. Here comes your leader, Shackelford, followed by the 3 of Danik Lambert. We're going to leave that sled up in turn number 1. .83 miles per hour on the previous lap. Number 3 waving a hand now. He will shortly be off the pace. You can see Danik Lambert. Well, he said he was slowing. I'm not sure. It looks like he's still going pretty good, so not sure if that sled momentarily had an issue and recovered, or white flag is out nonetheless for the 446. Dale Hunter on the number 13 trying to catch the number 3 and does so there. Your leader in turn 3 now. Mike Shackelford on the 446 out of Oakville, Manitoba, riding a 1999 Polaris, or 1990 Polaris rather, takes the checkers. Dale Hunter, followed by the 9 of Stefan Kergnen for second and third. That will do it for race number 26 in the Pro Formula 500 class. We will do that class once again for race 27 on your lineup sheets. Pro Formula 500, round 3, heat number 2 for 5 laps. Okay, next up we're looking at race 27. Another round of Pro Formula 500s. We already know the 21 of Andrew Brandt out of Dryden, Ontario is scratched. But apparently there are only 3 riders in staging, so there should have been 4. The 35 of Dylan Barron, the 95 of Jerry LePage, the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky, and the 15 of Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour. So we'll see which one is missing in addition to Andrew out of Ontario. Okay, the 35. Two sleds left, I believe, now. Looks like the 35 might be heading back. 95 and the 24. Here we go. A true sled showdown. Thank you. Racing out of turn number 4. Your leader is the 95. Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario, leading the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky. Sobetsky out of Beausejour in the second spot here. White flag coming out, 1 to go. .85 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader here in Pro Formula 500 class. What a close race. We're going to go to our officials to find out who won that race. It was that close. Now to a cooldown.tv instant replay out of turn number 4. Sobetsky and LePage coming down the front straightaway. That is a close one. Wow. Looks like the 95, but that is unofficial. We're going to find that out for you. ATV Open Race 28 is up next. It is official. Your winner, the number 95, Jerry LePage out of Murillo, Ontario, narrowly edging out the number 24, sponsored by Sobetsky Enterprises. That is Jordan Sobetsky. ATV Open coming up next. Round 3 for 5 laps. The number 14 is Tyler Feeblecorn out of Beausejour. The 25, Corey Johnson. Riding the 696 is Jake Capani out of Steinbach. The 7 is Rob Clark from Beausejour. The 20, Peter Friesen out of Steinbach. 2 riders out of Beausejour now. The 4, Ethan Clark, and the 7 of Ryan Gibson. And out of Lac du Bonnet is the 8-11 of Ryan Adrian. Saw him in the freestyle show, and here we go racing. Ryan Adrian on the 8-11 with a good start out of Lac du Bonnet. He is on a 2008 KTM. This is race 28, the ATV Open. And this is round 3 for 5 laps. Side by side out of turn number 4. Tyler Feeblecorn is on the number 14 and making the lead interesting here. Giving Ryan Adrian all he can take right now. Looks like the 14 takes the lead. Tyler Feeblecorn. This race 28 scheduled for 5 laps. Green flag being displayed on the front chute. Tyler Feeblecorn on the number 14, awful strong. Ryan Adrian on the 8-11 from Lac du Bonnet. Both 2008 KTMs. Similar machines, of course, and similar riding styles and talent levels. They are close on the racetrack. White flag, 1 to go. .74 miles per hour on the previous lap. Down the front straightaway they come to take the checkered flag. It looks like it's going to be Feeblecorn, followed by the 8-11 of Ryan Adrian. A couple of KTMs doing battle at the finish line. .74 miles per hour. So again, about 10 miles an hour off of the ice bikes. And as much as, well, 25 miles an hour off the Pro Champ 440s. Still pretty quick, however. 74 miles an hour is quick. Looks like we got a rider stopped on the front straightaway at the exit of turn number 4 on the inside. Looks like we might need the recovery sled. Those ATV engines usually pretty reliable. I don't know if it's an engine issue or a chain drive issue or what it is, but apparently it's not going home on its own power. I believe that is the number 4 of Ethan Clark out of Beausejour getting some assistance as they lift up that ATV onto the recovery sled. Ethan Clark out of Beausejour, that was a 1986 Honda. That's 36 years old. I guess it's entitled for a mechanical failure at 36 years old, you know. Hondas are usually really reliable, and they are. I mean, if that's its first breakdown in 36 years, that's pretty good. Have to check the maintenance history. That's what we got to do. Okay, looking next, we have race 29 on the schedule, the Sportsman 600s. This will be round 3 for 5 laps, and we will bring you the lineup soon, courtesy of FXR, Wet Distribution, and MacDon. Sheila Mowat. Sheila Mowat, we have a message for you in the announcer's tower. All right, the Sportsman 600s are next, round 3 for 5 laps. The 81X is Mitch Kreutzer out of Govan, Saskatchewan. From Drake, Saskatchewan, the 779 is Colton Kreutzer. The number 15 is Kyle Omachinski from Beausejour on a 2000 Polaris. Riding the 55 is Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. That is the 1999 Arctic Cat. 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. The 13 is John Hall. The 23 is Will Manchelenko, and the 3 is Scott Wagner out of Prada. That is your lineup for race 29. Sportsman 600s, 5 laps is the scheduled distance. Uh-oh, we've got well, that was a crash, but not a bad one. Looks like the number 23 over there, Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba, will have to restart. Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour on the number 15 had a good start, but he'll have to repeat that feat at the next green flag. Let's go to cooldown.tv for the instant replay. You see second from outside, the 23. Green flag flies into turn 1 and 2. But maybe clipped the back of a sled there and just kind of went over a little bit. Not bad. The sled remained on its skis, the rider on his backside. All right, so we will get the green signal here from our starter, Riley. And we'll try this one again. Following this race, the last race before a Quebec's intermission break, race 30 will be the Junior 2 F500 and Sprint 380 race. Dale Hunter, Andrew Bryant, Hunter Johnson, and Dylan Fox will compete. You need to be in staging already. Kyle Omachinski requesting that a sled move over. That is the 81X of Mitch Kreutzer out of Govan, Saskatchewan. There we go. Will Manchelenko on the number 23 will start in the second row. Good start for the 81X of Mitch Kreutzer. That rider is out of Govan, Saskatchewan, as they head on out of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. The number 15 of Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour trying to get a run on second place. Through 3 and 4 now. Great action here in the Sportsman 600 class. 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. So a pair of Beausejour riders battling for second and third. And now the 15 out of Beausejour is your new leader. Mitch Kreutzer out of Govan, Saskatchewan is under attack by 2 Beausejour riders as the number 16 of Saluk goes by, but only for a second. Great battle for second and third down the back chute. The 81X, Mitch Kreutzer, holding on to the second spot. Here comes, look at this race. The 81X takes back the lead. Troubles for Omachinski. Wow, lots of developments happening in turn number 4 in the Sportsman 600 class. 81X is the leader. Second spot is the 23, Will Manchelenko. Third is the 16 of DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. How about a hand? The 81X will take the win, followed by the 16, the 23, the 13, and the 55 of Carter Herman. Good run for Mitch Kreutzer. Didn't look like he was going to hang on for a little bit there, but gathered it back in. And the 81X, Mitch Kreutzer out of Govan, Saskatchewan, winning on the 2000 Polaris unofficially in race number 29, the Sportsman 600 class. Don't forget the concession area remains open. We are one race from a grooming break, brought to you by Cubex. Race 30 on the docket, Junior 2 F500 Sprint 380. Kyle Omachinski out of Beausejour on the number 15. We'll head back to the pit area. A real good competitor in the Sportsman 600 class, and unfortunately for Kyle, him and his 2000 Polaris arrive in the pit area on the recovery sled. Race 30, the 13, Dale Hunter. The 21 is Andrew Brandt. The 59 is Hunter Johnson. And the 23 is Dylan Fox. Dylan is out of Balmoral, Manitoba, and will ride a 1989 Polaris. Race 30, Junior 2 F500 Sprint 380. Following this, a Cubex intermission break after race number 30. We will return with Whiskey Throttle Motorsports Freestyle Show. That will happen after race number 40 at the intermission, just before the Pro Champ 440 Pro Star Final. Looks like the 21 of Andrew Brandt not at the starting line. Andrew Brandt out of Dryden, Ontario will not make the call in race number 30 for the Junior 2 F500 and Sprint 380 class. So we have 3 remaining riders for 5 laps. Green flag being displayed on the front chute. Your leader is the 59. That is Hunter Johnson, being pursued by Dylan Fox on the number 23 out of Balmoral, Manitoba. And they head down the back straightaway and into the high-speed turn 3. Dale Hunter out of Thamesford, Ontario on a 1990 Polaris. That is number 13, and that rider is currently 3rd in this one. About a half a straightaway back from positions 1 and 2. Great battle shaping up for position 1 and 2 on the racetrack now. It is close with the white flag waving on the front straightaway. Hunter Johnson out of Drayton continues to lead. But the 23 of Dylan Fox wants to win this one, making a move on the outside of the back straightaway. Getting side by side now. Can Dylan Fox on the 23 make the pass? Oh boy, we got a crash. Checkered flag is out. Looks like it will go to the 23 of Dylan Fox. Hunter Johnson on the 59. Has crashed in turn 3 and 4. We are going to get our safety crew over to turn 3 and 4, and we'll give you an update just as soon as possible. But it is now time for our Quebec's intermission break. We were going to do some sweeping and cleaning and get ready for race number 31. It'll actually be 32 on your schedule. Don't forget to visit the concession area. Grab yourself something hot to eat or cold to drink. And visit the beer garden. We have a full line of CPTC promo wear and ice cold ones at the beer garden. All right, we're back with Pro Formula 500 action. This is round 4 for 7 laps, race 31 on the schedule. Now we ask you to admit the lineup that you have on your lineup sheets. We have a new lineup. The 446 is going to be Mike Shackelford. The 24, Jordan Sobetsky out of Beausejour. The number 95 is Jerry LePage from Murillo. The 13 is Dale Hunter out of Thamesford. The 96 is Bruce Rosentreader. The 15 is Kyle Omachinsky. The 9 is Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg on a 91 Skidoo. And on a 1991 Polaris, the 3 is Danik Lambert. Danik Hollywood Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Dylan Barron and Warren Liba out of Alberta were scheduled to start in this one, but they are not. This is the Pro Formula 500 class. 7 laps is the distance. And we are racing. Here we go. It is tight in turn number 1 and 2. Mike Shackelford on the 446 holds it down to the inside. Look at the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Wow. Great racing action early in this race 31, the Pro Formula 500 class. Sobetsky in the 2nd spot. Omachinsky 3rd on the climb number 15. They are spreading out a little bit on the racetrack now. Sobetsky to the inside on the Sobetsky Enterprises number 24. But here comes Shackelford. Sobetsky with a masterful job on the inside of turn number 2 and takes the lead again. LePage is 4th. Dale Hunter 5th out of Ontario. Tough break for Hollywood. Danik Lambert. His sled is stopped right near the start-finish line. Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, is done on his 1991 Polaris as he looks on. Sobetsky, Shackelford, and the 15 of Omachinsky. Then LePage. Then the 13 of Hunter. Those are your top 5 in race 31 in the Pro Formula 500 class. Jordan Sobetsky doing a great job, a former mini sled racer. Taking the white flag, 1 to go, race 31. Shackelford second, Omachinski third. LePage battling with Bruce Rosentreader for the next pair of spots. That's it. Checkers out for the 24. Sobetsky will win it. Shackelford and Omachinski in the top 3. Rosentreader, then LePage, followed by the 13 of Hunter. Carignan in the next spot. Danik Lambert refires on the number 3 and heads back to the pit area. He DNF'd on that one. Coming up next, race 32, Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan. This will be the combined final for 5 laps, and we'll bring you that lineup momentarily here at CPTC. All right, riding number 15 out of Mackinac, North Dakota. The 1976 Mercury is ridden by Sheldon Carlson. The number 65 will be Norm Chura from Anola, Manitoba on a 73 Polaris. Riding a 1978 Polaris, the 22 is Joel Reed. Reed is from Tisdale, Saskatchewan. The 23 is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo, Manitoba. Will is on a 1980 Skidoo. Riding a 1977 Arctic Cat. The number 20 is Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. And the 509 is Albert Ratty from Prince Albert. This is a nice-looking 75 Mercury. The number 12 is Alex Braun from Altona aboard a 1980 John Deere. The 38 is Lee Baxter from Alberta. Riding the 14, this is Alex Manchelenko out of Manitoba. And the 84 is Chad Bartok out of Bonito, Manitoba, a 1976 Arctic Cat. That is the number 84 on the outside. Good-looking sled. So this is race 32 on your schedule. Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan combined final. All right, looking to go racing here as we get set to go. Lots of action in turn number 1 and 2 as they head on down the back straightaway. Lots of positions being exchanged now. In the top 5 for sure. Looking for a nice clean run through turn 3 and 4. .38 is Lee Baxter out of Mayerthorpe, Alberta. The 20 is Bryce Olson in the second spot. Tisdale, Saskatchewan native. He is aboard a 77 Arctic Cat, but that is being challenged in turn 3 now. What a great race here. It is the 20, followed by the 509 of Albert Ratty. Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan on the 509. That is a 1975 Mercury. 71 miles per hour on the previous circuit. .20 the 509 and the 38 third. Lee Baxter now third on the track. Baxter out of Mayerthorpe, Alberta on a 76 Mercury. And checkered flag is flying. It is going to go to the number 20. Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan, riding a 77 Arctic Cat. And the 509 in the second spot, Albert Ratty out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. The 75 Mercury unofficially taking second place. That was a combined class, of course, a Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan final. Next up, the ice bikes for race 33. Race 34 will be your Pro Light final. Some competitors in that, also a part of the Pro Champ 440 class, so that will be a good one for race number 34 in the Pro Light final for 7 laps. Then we'll move to race 35, the Sportsman 600s. Race 36 will be the Pro Formula 3s. Race 37, the IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Cup race. Race 38 has already been run back at race 7B, so we'll cross 38 off our list. Moving to race 39 on the schedule, the ATVs, then the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380s for race 40, then a Cubex intermission break, and then the final in the USSA Pro Cup. This is going to be exciting here today. All right, race 33, Ice Bike Open. The 117 is Colton Korolavich. The 489 is Avery Carr. Riding the 18 is Hunter Brink. The 108 is Bruce Dean. 999 is Alex Torma. The 58 is Jimmy Fleming. Ryan Rondeau, keep your eyes on that rider. The 14. The 71 is Amy Hood. Cal Dietz on the 19. Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield rides the 219. And Zach Jasek is on the 22 out of Beausejour. That is a 2003 Yamaha. And we are racing in the Ice Bike Open. This will be their final appearance here today. .489 is the leader. That is Avery Carr. Ryan Rondeau second. We've got a change now. Are these riders ever getting at it? Wow. Turn 2, we've got a crash. Was that Rondeau? Looks like number 14, Ryan Rondeau, is in the bails in turn number 2. Looks like he's standing there, I believe, and he's up on his feet. You know, it's funny, you think about the lack of crashing with these two-wheelers. It's quite amazing. Looking down at Cool Down TV now. Looks like, oh, yeah, right around the outside. And looks like the 14 lost traction and just straight into the bales right by the staging area. So, rough ride. You could see him get up right away and picking up his bike. That's a motocross guy for you. That hurt, but it didn't hurt enough. I'm getting up and going again. Wonder if the 14 caught a wheel a little bit or just simply, I think he just went off on his own. Yep. I don't think he touched any wheels there. Just kind of went a little bit too far outside. Lost the bite, and that was it. Right, we're going to get this one restarted here. We're just going through the lineup here with our track officials. Got a couple scratches to let you know about in race 34 and 35, but we are not there yet. We are at race 33, the Ice Bike Open, round 4 for 7 laps. So we'll get them back to the starting line here and get going with more race action. And there is the number 14 back in the field, Ryan Rondeau out of Winnipeg on his 2022 Kawasaki, starting outside. There's the number 18. That is Hunter Brink from Kakabeka Falls, Ontario, on the number 18. 22. Zach Jasek, the 219 out there as well. That is Caden Katowicz. Amy Hood on the 71. Her dad is a 3-time Canadian motocross champion and winner of the Glen Ellen Over 50 World Championship on a motocross bike. So Amy Hood, a heck of a rider herself. Her dad, a 3-time Canadian champion. Good look at the 999. That is Alex Torma, all the way from Thunder Bay, Ontario. All right, looks like we're having an issue. Where is it? Turn 3 and 4, maybe? The tow sled's on its way. There is a bike over in turn number 3. That is the 117 of Colton Korolavich out of Beausejour. A real strong runner. Looks like the 117 has blown a chain, we're told. So that is going to be detrimental to forward motion on the racetrack. So we'll just get him a new chain for tomorrow. A physicist? I am not, Anthony. Not even close. But I have been called way worse. Way worse. All right, attention in the pit area. Let's go over the next few races. Race 34 coming up after this Ice Bike Open race. That'll be your Pro Light final. That will be reduced to 5 laps instead of 7. Race 35, Sportsman 600. Race 36, Pro Formula 3, Round 2. And Race 37, the IFS 440X class, part of the Jerry Bunke Cup. All right, looks like Colton Korolavich is going to head down the back straightaway, and we'll be ready to turn these ice bikes loose right away. We'll see if the number 14 of Ryan Rondeau can get back to the front after a crash in turn number 2. All right. Korolavich not quite off the racetrack in turn number 2. We'll have more than a blown chain if we let him go now. Here we go. Great racing action. Look at this side by side into turn number 3 and 4. They are on the throttle. Your leader, Ryan Rondeau, followed by 489. That is Avery Carr. Avery Carr out of Lac du Bonny, Manitoba. That is a 2004 Kawasaki. The 18 is Hunter Brink, doing a nice job. This one's scheduled for 7 laps. Ryan Rondeau building his lead. Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, 4th on the 219. Good battle still going on for 2nd and 3rd. Your leader, Ryan Rondeau, in a great big hurry as always on the Kawasaki. White flag coming out this time around for the Ice Bike Open round number 4. 1 to go for your race leader, the number 14 of Ryan Rondeau. Ryan Rondeau recovers from a first lap crash in turn number 2 and has no issue taking the win. 18 is 2nd, that's Hunter Brink. The 489 3rd is Avery Carr out of Lac du Bonny on the 2004 Kawasaki. 219 coming home as well, that's Caden Katowicz. And that'll do it for race 33 in the Ice Bike Open class. Race 34. Your Pro Light Final will be reduced to 5 laps. Quinn Whitechuck on the 26 will be a scratch. Scratch Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour from race number 34. I do. Okay. Race 34, the Pro Light Final. Sam Glure is on the number 91. 29 is Brad Harrison. And the 3 is Hollywood. Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Number 3, Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Riding that 2013 Skidoo. This is race 34, the Pro Light Final, reduced to 5 laps. 91 is 2nd. 3rd is the 29 of Brad Harrison out of Enola. Sam Glure on the 91 doing a good job trying to chase down Danik Lambert from Sorel Tracy, Quebec. He is your leader right now. Hollywood Danik Lambert. 94 miles per hour on the previous lap. These riders all staying in contention here for the lead. It is still Danik Lambert in the lead. Sam Glure in the second spot, trying to close the gap up on the Quebec rider. White flag, 1 to go. Your leaders in turn 3 and 4. Coming out of turn 4 now, checkered flag being displayed. Your winner, Danik Lambert, second to Sam Glure, third to the 29 of Brad Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba. Brad Harrison riding a 2014 Wall Brothers Racing chassis in race number 34, now in the books. Pro Light Final is done. Your winner unofficially, Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Race 35 coming up. Round 4 of the Sportsman 600. 7 laps will be the distance. Will Manchelenko will be on the number 23. The 81X is Mitch Kreitzer from Govan, Saskatchewan. Scratch the 779 of Colton Kreitzer. The 779 will not compete in this one. Number 13 is going to be John Hall out of Beausejour. The 3, Scott Wagner, is from Prada. Riding the 15 is Kyle Omachinski from Beausejour. The 16 is DJ Saluk. And the 55 is going to be Carter Herman from Earl Grey, Saskatchewan, riding a 1999 Arctic Cat. That is your lineup for race 35 in the Sportsman 600 class. Have a few more races before our Quebec's intermission break. And during that Quebec's intermission break, we will welcome back Whiskey Throttle Motorsports and their freestyle snowcross action. Okay, a couple of updates for you. The 13, Jonathan Hall, has been scratched from this race, as has the 15 of Kyle Omachinski. Your leader, the 16, DJ Saluk. Looking good so far. The 55 is Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan on the 1999 Arctic Cat. This is race 35, the Sportsman 600s. Round 4, 7 laps is the distance. Colton Kreitzer, Jonathan Hall, and Kyle Omachinski have been scratched from this one. Saluk leads it. Then it's the 55 of Herman. Good battle going on now in turn number 2 as they head down the back straightaway. 94 miles per hour on the previous lap, according to our radar gun. Will Manchelenko in the third spot. The 3 is Scott Wagner out of Prada, Manitoba. That is a 1996 Skidoo. Currently running in the 4th position. So far, nobody to challenge Saluk. '81X is 5th. That is Mitch Kreitzer out of Govan, Saskatchewan. DJ Saluk out of Beausejour on his 2000 Polaris, extending his lead with each and every lap here in the Sportsman 600 class. White flag now out, 1 to go. '55, Carter Herman out of Saskatchewan holding on to 2nd. Manchelenko holding on to 3rd. Your leader coming out of turn number 4 now. And he has had a great race. That'll do it. Your winner, DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Second to Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan on the 55. Manchelenko 3rd on the Skidoo. 4th goes to the number 3, Scott Wagner unofficially. He is out of Prada, Manitoba. That is a 1996 Skidoo. And rounding out the top 5, the '81X, Mitch Kreitzer out of Govan, Saskatchewan on a 2000 Polaris. Next up, race 36. The Pro Formula 3 is coming to the track, round 2 for 5 laps. And it looks like just a pair of them coming to the line. Gunnar Stern apparently will be scratched on the 220, leaving Calvin Cook and Blaine Stevenson to do battle in this 2-sled race. All right, here we go. The Pro Formula 3 class, based more on a snowcross chassis. They are allowed some suspension mods, but the rest of the chassis has to remain stock. 600cc engines. Calvin Cook and Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102, set to do battle. And here we go, hole shot for the 102. Calvin Cook going to try the inside, and almost has it there. But Blaine Stevenson powers around the outside on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR number 102. He is out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Calvin Cook giving chase on the number 75. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, was scratched from this event. This was the World Championship class this year at Eagle River. 100 miles per hour for your race leader on the previous lap. Well, Calvin Cook, out of Dayton, Minnesota, riding a 2021 Polaris, is not giving up on the leader. The 102, Blaine Stevenson, still showing the way. But Stevenson now getting away just a little bit. Around now to take the white flag. 1 lap to go in the Pro Formula 3 class. Calvin Cook in the second spot. Blaine Stevenson in the first spot with a 101 mile per hour lap last time. And that'll do it. The Wall Brothers Racing FXR 102 Blaine Stevenson comes across in the number 1 spot, besting the 75 of Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota on the 2021 Polaris. That'll do it for the Pro Formula 3 Round 2 5-lapper in race number 36. Race 37 coming up next, the IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup Race. We'll be back momentarily with that lineup. All right, here's your lineup for race 37. Don't forget, race 38 coming up next has already been run earlier in the program, so we'll go from race 37 right now to race 39 and 40 before a grooming break and the return of Whiskey Throttle Motorsports. Number 5 is going to be Russ Leba, a former champion in the Jerry Bunke Cup. He is out of Warburg, Alberta, racing an 82 motoski. Number 370 is Matt Zalai, sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. The 80 is Joe Presta, the reigning champion in the Jerry Bunke Memorial. And the 21 is Tyler Obi. Tyler Obi is out of Beausejour on that good-looking 79 Skidoo. Hopefully we can get some speeds here from turn 1, because these sleds are quick, the IFS 440X class. Riley was looking him over, and here we go racing. A good start. Russ Leba almost looked like he had the whole shot. He has since dropped to the 3rd spot as we race through turns 3 and 4. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Your leader is Presta. The 21 is Tyler Obi. Obi, a local driver out of Beausejour, Manitoba. Joe Presta, also out of Beausejour, on a 79 Skidoo. The 5 is 3rd. That is Russ Leba out of Warburg, Alberta, piloting that 82 motoski. 96 miles per hour on the previous lap for the leader. Joe Presta continues to show the way here. And this time we'll look up and see the white flag. Leba now challenging. Look at this one. Number 5 in the 2nd spot. And he is not going to give up on this final corner as we come down the front chute. Look at that. Wow. Great job by Russell Leba out of Warburg, Alberta, a former champion on the 82 motoski. What a great last lap in that one. Race 37, the IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Memorial Cup Race. All right, if we look at our schedules, 38 has already been moved. Race 38 moved to race 7B, so you can scratch race 38 off, and we'll move right into the ATVs for race 39. That lineup coming soon. All right, here's your lineup for race 39. The 811 is Ryan Adrian, part of Whiskey Throttle Motorsports. You'll see him a little later. That rider from Lac du Bonny. The 696 is Jake Capani out of Steinbach. Riding the 4 is Ethan Clark. The 7 is Ryan Gibson. The 25 is out of Oakbank, Manitoba. This is Corey Johnson. The 20 is Peter Friesen. The 14 is Tyler Feeblecorn, and the 7 is Rob Clark out of Beausejour. That is your lineup for race 39. This is the second last race before a Quebec's intermission break. Race 40 coming up next will be the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class for just 3 laps. While the rider in the lead has a 71 on his bib, I believe it is the 7 of Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour in the lead right now. Side by side into turn 1 and 2 for second and third place. Green flag still out for your race leader. Ryan Adrian out of Lac du Bonny is your leader. 72 miles per hour for your race leader on the previous circuit. Tyler Feeblecorn on the number 14 is from Beausejour, Manitoba, also on a KTM. Those things work real well, as you can see. Closer race developing now for the first and second spot as they come out of turn 4. Side by side into turn 1 and 2. Take a look at the number 14 on the outside. It looks like Tyler Feeblecorn in the number 1 spot now. Ryan Adrian in the second spot. Still pretty close for the number 1 spot. Feeblecorn in the number 1 spot. Ryan Adrian second. Coming up to the conclusion of lap number 6 of 7. And there's the white flag indicating just that. Next up, Junior 2 Stock Fan 380s. You should be in staging already. And that'll do it. It'll be checkers for the 14 of Tyler Feeblecorn out of Beausejour, riding the 2008 KTM to victory in race 39, the ATV Open round number 4 race. Nice job. Ran second for quite a bit of that race, but managed to take the unofficial win in the ATV Open class. Next up, one final race before our Quebec's break, along with the return of Whiskey Throttle Motorsports. We're going to the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class. 3 competitors, the 59 Hunter Johnson out of Drayton, the 60 of Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba, and the 23 Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba. Dylan Fox will ride a 1989 Polaris in race number 40 on your schedule. Junior 2 Stock Fan 380. 59 is a scratch. Okay, so Hunter Johnson is a scratch. So we understand we have someone on the clock back there, and we'll keep you updated. They'll have a couple minutes to fire up and get ready for staging. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow, 11 o'clock race time right here at the Big Half Mile Oval. The 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championships going tomorrow right here at 11 a.m. Fantastic looking crowd today, and we're hoping for even more tomorrow. All right, so Junior 2 Stock Fan, we're awaiting their arrival. Hunter Johnson on the 59 is a scratch. Trying to determine, with just 2 remaining, if we have 2 to race. All right, so we have 2. And then there were 2. Looks like the 60 of Braxton Cassidy and the 23 of Dylan Fox from Balmoral, Manitoba. So 2 of 3 will compete for 3 laps in the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class. Here we go. Hole shot for the 23 of Dylan Fox. Flag coming out now for your race leader. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral. Second is the 60, Braxton Cassidy. Braxton is out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba on that number 60. 68 miles per hour on the previous lap. And the checkered flag already in the hands of Riley, our flag man on the front straightaway. And this one will be in the history books. The 23 will take the win, Dylan Fox from Balmoral, Manitoba on the 1989 Polaris, followed by the 60 of Braxton Cassidy out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba, coming home 1 and 2 in race 40. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is now time for a Quebec's intermission break. So we will groom the track. You can head on off to the concession or to the beer garden, and we'll be back here momentarily with a freestyle snowcross demonstration from Whiskey Throttle Motorsports.
Testing. Testing. Hey, we got Mike Poyer here, everybody. Get nice and loud for him. He's going to be throwing out some goodies. So boys and girls, get close to the fence. Get as close as you can because he's got a couple goodies he's going to be tossing out to you. And Ryan Adrian, fresh off of the ATV, about to get some airtime.
This guy's pretty versatile, isn't he?
These guys are in all sorts of motorsports, whether it be dirt biking, ATVs, snowcross, they're in everything. Nice little test up there. And just so you guys know, with that landing there, sometimes they got to make some adjustments. They got to let a little bit of the air out to make the landing a little bit softer for these guys. You don't want them to bounce over in endo. So get nice and loud. Mike's going to pull up some tricks, guys. Come on, put those hands together. Mike Poyer competed in the 2018 Speed Style at Colorado with the X Games up against Levi LaValle. One of our hometown boys up against one of the best in the world. Ryan Adrian looking for a little love here, everybody. Come on. Mike slowly on the approach. See, I think they're just playing with the crowd. I think you got to get a little bit louder. We'll see if we can get Mike to throw up one of those rock solids. He did pretty good with it last time. There we go, everybody.
Well, Heavy D, we were talking before, a gap of about 60, 65 feet, and I'm just thinking about that wind. I'm looking at the FXR banners, and they're blowing pretty good. These guys got to be pretty calculated on this.
It's definitely a challenge. I mean, they got to make sure that they're going at the right speed because they don't want to get carried too far over. And we got a double heel clicker by Ryan Adrian. Mike coming up there. Nice and smooth execution. So as we were saying, if they put too much throttle on there, they got a chance where they're going to go right over that ramp, and that gets into some pretty scary situation.
Great Superman seat grab by the rider in the red jersey. That is not easy. Full extension, just like Superman, and grabbing that seat with one hand. Pretty cool stuff.
Ryan Adrian getting nice and loud, everybody, as he's approaching that ramp. Cheer him on. Excellent execution. Nice and straight. Feet to the air. Nice Indy by Mike Poyer on that one. Ryan Adrian coming out to do another lap here. And you can see they got a guy there throwing some snow up underneath the tunnel to cool down the machines. All this ice is great for the racing, not so great for the freestyle boys.
Well, Heavy D, that ice that they're racing on today, not the snowcross guys, about 14 inches thick.
Definitely took a lot of work by a lot of volunteers and a lot of people. I got to commend everybody for taking the time to make the event happen. I just want to let you guys know that they're going to be throwing up as soon as they're done with the freestyle. I'm going to go down there and we're going to be selling some hoodies and some t-shirts. Whiskey Throttle Motorsports, your premier freestyle organization here in Manitoba, sending riders all over the globe, showing them how Canadians can do it. Beautiful seat grab by Ryan Adrian there. Kick those legs out a little bit further, brother. There we go. Give a round of applause, everybody, to Mike Poirier. That was beautiful. Showing everybody he definitely deserved to be in the X Games a couple of years ago. Was not a fluke. Hard work and dedication by these riders. One-handed, beautiful job. Come on, you guys. I can't hear you in the booth. Get a little louder. Make sure that they can hear you. That's what I'm talking about. Beautiful. Mike Poirier just hammering them out. Once again, keep an eye on those flags, everybody. They do got a little bit of a tailwind on there. Beautiful Indy by Ryan Adrian. You got to watch that wind, that they don't push them so they overshoot the landing. Rock solid by Mike Poirier, making it look easy. Here comes Ryan Adrian, lining up. There we go. Perfect extension on that one for Ryan Adrian. Don't forget, we're going to be here at Whiskey Throttle Motorsports again tomorrow, everybody. Saving some of the tricks, so you got to make sure you come out and watch everything tomorrow. Rock solid into an Indy. Excellent work by Mike Poirier. Getting a little bit more confident. He's throwing a couple combos in there. Make sure he hears you as he goes by, ladies and gentlemen. Get nice and loud. Double heel clicker by Ryan Adrian, making it look easy. I don't know about you guys, but I definitely don't have the flexibility to pull this stuff off. Never mind 70 feet in the air. Once again, guys, get some of the merch from the Whiskey Throttle Motorsports team. They're going to be selling some hoodies and some T-shirts. And boys and girls, get nice and close to that fence because Mike's going to be coming and doing a couple T-shirt tosses. Oh, that's extension. Come on, get loud for Ryan Adrian. Not only is he out here racing, doing 90 miles an hour on these ATVs, but he's jumping 70 feet in the air just to entertain you for the halftime.
Pretty talented guy, no question about that.
Beautiful kiss of death right there by Mike. Getting a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more flexible. Nice and loud, everybody. Nice and loud. Hands together. Yeah, there we go. Rock solid by Ryan Adrian. I think that's the first time he's pulled that off today. Getting a little more comfortable. We love it. Okay, you guys got loud for Mike. Now get loud for Ryan Adrian, everybody. Come on. Make sure he hears you. Held back a little bit on that one. I gotta love it, man. I mean, atop from watching these racers go around at the top speeds, putting it all on the line, and then, you know, to top it off with an intermission with these guys jumping, this is unreal. You're not going to see anything like this anywhere else in this province. Yeah, and every once in a while, these riders, they got to test out. The wind has been picking up throughout the course of the day, and you could tell, like I said, by watching those flags. So Safety is always a key, and you got to watch that because they're going to build up, and they're going to be pulling off these amazing tricks.
Here we go once again.
No-handed in the air. And you know what? When you see tricks like that, Darren, I mean, they don't seem like they're that huge, but you got to realize they are jumping a total of 68 feet and completely letting go of all control of the sled while they're doing it. I mean, it's not something your average snowmobiler can do.
Well, I was going to say, I think just hitting that ramp and keeping on the throttle to get to the other side would be a monumental thing. So, yeah, it looks a little scary to me, but super cool to watch as long as somebody else is doing it.
Absolutely, I agree. I was actually talking to Mike earlier between the last show, and he was saying that he's holding back a little bit. He feels he can go a little further with it. Beautiful Indy by Ryan Adrian. So I believe that they've got from the very end of the ramp to the beginning of the landing is 68 feet. A little bounce at the overshot, just a little bit bounced off there a bit. And that's how you know these guys are professionals. Something doesn't go exactly according to plan, they're able to adjust to it and power through.
Sure don't have much time to think about that, though, do you?
Not at all. And I've seen a couple of guys case it into the landings before, and these guys are just blowing us away. Beautiful extension on the Kiss of Death by Mike Poyer.
Trying to cool those engines, as you can see, looking for a little bit of snow. Get it in those heat exchangers. I remember doing a lot of this indoors, and they used to have a pool of water they would sit in for a little bit.
At the Whiskey Throttle Motorsports compound, actually, Nick has developed a sprinkler system at the beginning of the ramp there. Cools everything down, and a lot of the guys in the summer, too, has also run radiator kits on the tunnel of the snowmobile.
Good idea.
Nice rock solid by Mike. Followed up with some good airtime by Ryan. All right, now they're showing each other some love here, guys. Give them a round of applause, everybody. Get nice and loud for Mike and Adrian.
Good work.
Yeah, come on, get nice and loud. Like I said, they got some shirts they're going to be throwing out to you. The louder you are, the better chances you're going to get some free stuff. Of course, both of these are Manitoba boys. One from Ryan, Adrian Ryan's from Lac du Bonnet. Mike is from the Winnipeg area. Looks like we got a couple shirts coming. And that guy that just did the handoff, he's going to be selling some shirts along with me down at the track here in a little bit. Oh, you guys can get louder than that. Louder! That was a pretty weak toss there, Mike. Come on. You can jump 70 feet. You can at least throw more than 10. Let's go, buddy. All right, that's Ryan Adrian and Mike Poyer, everybody. They will be back tomorrow for, I believe, 2 more shows. So alongside all the great racing, we're going to have some freestyle action. Got a couple more shirts here. Oh, is he going to toss another one? Oh, Ryan's going to toss one. Nice and loud, boys and girls. There we go. We got some good distance on that one. Whiskey Throttle Motorsports, your premier group for anything freestyle in Manitoba. Riders going all over the world performing. Believe it or not, Mike actually did a show in downtown Montreal. They shut down the streets. It was a BRP event, and they were ramping, and people were watching from their apartment building windows. It was absolutely insane.
No question about that. Pretty cool stuff, Heavy D. Whiskey Throttle Motorsports. Check them out on the web.
All right, as the Whiskey Throttle Motorsports guys are winding down, let's just give one more big round of applause. And let's combine that into a round of applause for all the racers today, putting everything on the line.
All right, we are approaching the USSA Pro Star Final for the Pro Champ 440s. That coming up momentarily. Before we begin that, during this Quebec's intermission break, want to thank everybody for coming out. Hope you enjoyed the races so far. We're back tomorrow for more racing action at 11 a.m. A great crowd today, and we expect even more tomorrow right here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. It is going to be a beautiful day tomorrow for the great sport of ice oval racing. We want to see you here. Don't forget today, visit the beer garden or the concession area. In the beer garden, we have a full line of CPTC promo wear, so do check that out. Some real cool stuff available for you to take home to remember your weekend here in March at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. One more race to go on the day. 15 laps is the distance, and we're going to bring you that action momentarily right here from Beausejour. Starting 9th out of Dayton, Minnesota on the 2022 Wall Brothers Racing chassis, the 75 is Calvin Cook. A rookie in the division, the 87 from Drayton, North Dakota, also on a Wall Brothers chassis, is Madison Phillips of Drayton, North Dakota. From Enola, Manitoba, another rookie, the 29 is Brad Harrison on a Wall chassis. Also on a Wall chassis, yet another rookie, Sam Gluer on the number 91 from Beausejour. Riding the 370 from Cooks Creek, Manitoba, this is the Demon Racing Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach number 370. The rider is Matt Zalai. And Hollywood Danik Lambert on the number 3 will be starting 4th out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The number 220 is Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. The 8, Travis McDonald, sponsored by XPS and Skidoo. Keep your eyes on the Lockport native on the number 8. And starting inside on the FXR Wall Brothers Racing 102 from St. Cloud, Minnesota, this is Blaine Stevenson. 15 laps. And we've got a jumper. Red flag being displayed in turn 1 for a jump at the starting line. Obviously a big race, the final USSA Pro Star Cup race of the year. Very prestigious series ending in Beausejour at the final race of the year. We're going to try this one again. The USSA Pro Champ 440 final. Getting those picks firmly into the racetrack. There's a couple of great competitors side by side. The 102 of Blaine Stevenson and the 220 of G Money Gunnar Stern. Those guys have exchanged championships throughout the years. As you can see, starting in the second row now, unfortunately, the Lockport native, Travis McDonald, the XPS Skidoo. Very good competitor starting in the back row. Riley's going to look him over 15 laps, and here we go. We're racing. Gunnar Stern with the hole shot. G-Money Gunnar Stern, the Red Bull Skidoo, in the number 1 spot as they head down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. One lap is down. Blaine Stevenson challenging the number 3 of Danik Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. And it looks like Stevenson has the 2nd spot. Lambert is 3rd. Hollywood Lambert in the 3rd spot from Sorel Tracy, Quebec. 2 down now. Break for the number 75 of Calvin Cook. Gunnar Stern on the Red Bull Skidoo opening up the lead on the 102. 97 miles per hour on the previous lap. They are getting it done here in the final of the USSA Pro Star Cup. The Red Bull Skidoo continues to lead, followed by Stevenson. Zawai in the 3rd spot. Travis McDonald is 4th on the XPS Skidoo. You will recall he jumped the start, had to start in the 2nd row, but already up to 4th now on the number 8 out of Lockport. McDonald up to the 3rd spot now on the Skidoo. Gunnar Stern is absolutely on fire out here. Almost a half straightaway lead on the 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud. Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing, number 102, also sponsored by FXR. Looks like the number 87, Madison Phillips, is done. Great North Dakota rider on the 2020 Wall Brothers Racing chassis as it gets a help off. Great job by our front straightaway staff. Moving sleds, passing the flags. Gunnar Stern showing the way. Blaine Stevenson in the 2nd spot. Matt Zalai in the 4th spot. He is out of Cooks Creek, Manitoba on the Demon Racing chassis, sponsored by Big Smoke Barbecue in Steinbach. This one scheduled for 15 laps, your USSA Pro Star Cup final. Well, the Red Bull Skidoo, the number 220 of G-Money Gunnar Stern, continues to look flawless around the big half-mile oval. He is going to be tough to beat, as he often is here in Beausejour. Travis McDonald could be reeling in the number 102 of Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud. But right now, it is all about those three riders, Gunnar Stern, Blaine Stevenson, and the 8 of Travis McDonald on the XPS Skidoo. Your leader is going to get into lap traffic here. Or maybe not. Checkered's out. Gunnar Stern gets it done on the Red Bull Skidoo. Blaine Stevenson follows. Travis McDonald third. Matt Zalai with a nice job on the 370, sponsored by Big Smoke and Steinbach. Super job for those riders. A local rider coming home in the top 5. There is the number 3. That is Danik Lambert out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec. Hollywood with a good finish. Glure in the 29 come across as well. That is Brad Harrison on the 29 and Sam Glure on the 91. Well, that'll do it for the USSA Pro Star Cup race. Don't forget tomorrow, the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship right here in Beausejour. The event tomorrow starts at 11 a.m. We will give the checkered flag, well-deserved, to the 220 of Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. The 2022 Red Bull Skidoo getting prepared to take the sweetest lap in motorsports. Good-looking sled, very well prepared. That is a family affair, and they do such a nice job running hard throughout the USSA Pro Star Cup Series. Gunnar Stern is a tremendous competitor, incredibly focused. If you've ever met him in the pits, you know he comes here to win. One job, and that is win. Again, a reminder, we're back at 11 tomorrow for the 60th Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. The beer garden will remain open today if you'd like to visit over there. Grab yourself a nice cold one and do a little bench racing. Hot laps in the morning and racing at 11. Opening ceremonies about noon or so. Nice job, the Red Bull 220 taking the win. And that will do it for our 41st and final race of the day. Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo will take home victory once again on this track. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for coming out. We'll see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. for more action here in Beausejour. We'll catch you tomorrow. Have a great night.